wasted. Woman, hold me, trust me. You know you can hide in my arms all night. Hold me, trust me. I'm gonna ride in your love all night. I'm lost in your life, baby. Alright, I wanna stay right here all night, baby. Alright, let's get lost in the night, baby. Alright, I wanna stay right here all night, baby. All night, alright. Midnight, your eyes, bitter wine, conversations. You and me, so money, babe. I don't need a paycheck. One taste and I'm hooked on it. Don't lie, I know you want it. I'm addicted to your life. Lost in your life, babe. I wanna stay right here all night, baby. Let's get lost in the light, baby. All night, I wanna stay right here all night, baby. All night, all night. Lost in the light, baby. He calls me the devil, I make him wanna sin. Every time I knock, he can help but let me in. Must be homesick for the real, I'm the realest it gets. You probably still adore me, with my hands around your neck. Can you feel the warmth? Yeah. As my kiss goes down, you like some sweet alcohol. Where I'm coming from, yeah. It's the darker side of me that makes you feel so numb. Cause I like hell to burn when I'm not there and you're by yourself. Man, the answer to your prayers, I'll give it you that pleasure, heaven, and I'll give it to you hotter than hell, hotter than hell. You're my manna from heaven, we all gotta get fed. Can't let me know I'm wanted, can't let me in your head. I'm not here to make you kneel, but it's praise that I get. You ain't gonna walk free, boy, not finished with you yet, no. Can you feel the warmth? Yeah. As my kiss goes down, you like some sweet alcohol. Where I'm coming from, yeah. It's the darker side of me that makes you feel so numb. Cause I like hell to burn when I'm not there and you're by yourself. Man, the answer to your prayers, I'll give it you that pleasure, heaven, and I'll give it to you hotter than hell, hotter than hell. When we hold you right there, you make me feel right there. When you lay me down right there, we just make it right there. Cause you look it so right there. Maybe you should touch me right there. If you take me right there, we could make it.
Hello?
'Cause I like hell, so burn when I'm not there and you're by yourself. Man, the answer to your prayers, I'm giving you
Hey, yo.
pleasure.
Hey, yo. Who up partnering their pee-pee? Wait, sorry, hang on, wait. Who up doing a big pee-pee push? I don't know. I tried, look, hi. How's it going? Nice to see everyone. Happy Wednesday or Thursday, wherever you are in the world. Hello. Bethany, congratulations on first. Hello. Hi, Timothy. You have no intention of doing work today. I won't tell if you won't tell. Wait. I don't think you're gonna tell. I won't tell. I won't tell. Hi, Bloody. Hi, Sasha. Yeah, we're gonna play Paralives today. I'm so excited. Hi, Glitchy. Also, welcome and thank you for the follow and thank you so much for the lurk. Hi, Ruby. Hello. Hello. How's it going? Hi, Mikuni. Hello. LT. My fedora getting tipped at your way. Bethany streaking for 65. Jesus. Hi, B. Hi, Pine. Hi, I'm here. Pines is here. Everyone can speak. Hi. Hi, Roland. Hi, Metroid. Metroid. Okay, so there was like a glitch in the Tiltify system. I don't know what happened, but basically $50 more was showing on my campaign than what I had. And then Metroid topped it up to 5,000 today. So everyone in chat, gas up Metroid. Please and thank you. It's very kind. I'll do it a little bit later because I've only just recently had lunch, but I was like, how can I pay that forward? I do have a can of beans in the pantry. If you want me to eat them, I will eat them, but just give me a sec. Because I only just had lunch, like, I don't know, like 30 to an hour ago, and it was quite a big lunch, so if you can bear with, I could probably give them a go in like 30 minutes. 30 odd minutes-ish. We hit 5k, damn it! So yeah, there's your offer. If you want. Glix is streaking for 65 as well. Oh my god. Hello. Hi Glix, how's it going? My streak miraculously held up when I accidentally clicked into your stream during my workshop while I was troubleshooting some tech issues. Twitch said no ma'am. Twitch said no. Hi Ariel. How are you? Nice to see you. Metroid's back must hurt from all that I know. She owns a house and can afford. I do not own a house. I'm not a homeowner. I could be a homeowner, but I'm not. I'm not currently. Anyways, how's everyone doing? We're gonna, I like Dua Lipa. I come and I go Houdini. Bye. Okay. Bye. I can afford lunch. Couldn't be me. No! You took a nap. I'm not a homeowner. I'm not a homeowner. A homeowner. You know? Anyone else a homeowner? Your lunch break ended? I'm crying. Inside. Well, I hope work goes fast for you, Pines. Enjoy the rest of your day / evening. I don't know what time zone you're in. I guess it is technically evening regardless of if you're in America. Harm Arnor. Hey, y'all a Harm Arnor? Just sell the Hobbit Lego behind you. That's basically a house. I know. I need to make that. Look, here's the thing. If we hit partner, I'm gonna do a 12-hour stream. God help me. That is going to be on rotation during those 12 hours. Just saying. Because I do need to build it. I've been slacking, but also there's a reason why I haven't built it yet, but I did say I would build it on stream. I think it was for St. Jude. I think it was literally for St. Jude last year. Look. Was it for St. Jude last year? What was it for? Oh, it couldn't have been. I haven't had it a year, have I? Can someone who's been here for a year tell me, has that been in the background of my stream for a year? Oh, Metroid, I chucked all the candy out. I'm so sorry. That's why I offered the beans, because I chucked all of that candy. I was like, no, goodbye. I'm so sorry. Probably. Oh, don't say that. I was hoping you'd be like, oh, no, Diva. No, Diva, it's fine. You... It's fine, it's definitely only been there for like a month. The plan was I'll build them when I move, and then I moved 4 years ago and have built 1 to 2 sets. The thing is, right, is Lego is a little bit like tattoos for me, where the minute I get one, and either get one or do one, I want more immediately. It's kind of like an addiction. The minute I make this, I want another one. And I do not have the space for big things, like big Lego sets. This is like a compromise. I want literally every Lord of the Rings set there is. This is the compromise because it's the smallest set. The minute we get a bigger house, it's over for my wallet. It is over. The other thing I can get is the Sauron helmet, which I intend to get at some point. But I need to make that first before I even think about entertaining another Lego set. Because I also have, hi Cece, how you doing? I also have a Wally set that I got for my birthday that I also haven't built. I've got a Wally and Eve set, and they're really cute. And I need to build those as well. Copium. Wow, hi Moth, how's it going? You have that too. It's so cute, that one. Do y'all want to see it? I need to go get it, hang on.
You off. I don't need your love, so you can try all you
How cute is this?
Your time is up, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
And then look. So I still have this to build. So I'm kind of slacking in that regard. How's it going, Moth and CC? Welcome in. How you doing? Nice to see you. I see Animal Crossing, Legos, and Pokemon. I'm jealous. Oh, I also have this. Can you understand why I'm not allowed to buy a lot of Lego? Because I already have a lot. I also have a Lego orchid and a Lego kakapo, which is a national bird here. Hi G, how's it going? You have the same one. It's so cute and cheap. I was like, I have to have Celeste's one of my Celeste's like my favorite like NPC from Animal Crossing. So I had to have her. And it was so cheap, that set. It's like 15 New Zealand dollars. Crazy. G, how's it going? Nice to see you. Plan is once I buy a place to build all my Lego because I'll have the room plus no money to leave the house. And that's on God. There's a kakapo. There is. I'm scared I'm going to break it. Hang on. And it has a baby. Oh, I also have the tiny plants. That's right. Okay, so I have a Lego orchid and I have the tiny plants. Holly got me this. It's a custom Lego. Because I love kakapos. How cute are they? It's so cute. Hi, awesome boy. How you doing? Streaking for 25 and Moth streaking for 20. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's let me think on that. It's like a custom brick. Bricklink? I think it's called Bricklink. That's where it's from. So Holly got me that. I also have like I have the little mini plants. I really want the Eevee, the Pokemon Eevee one as well, but it's just so much. It's just so much. Kakapos are so cute. I know, so cute. I love them. 15 New Zealand dollars. That's less than lunch here. I know. It was literally $15 for that Celeste set because it is. It's just a little baby. It's just a little baby set. You see? Oh, bro, I want Minas Tirith so bad. It's so massive. The thing is I want Rivendell more. If I'm gonna get another Lord of the Rings set, I want Rivendell more or Barad-dûr more than Minas. Do you have a Snorlax or a Munchlax? I do not have a Why is Avery calling me? One moment. She's okay. It's fine. We're good. Just instructing her on something to do with the car. Hi Net, how you doing? I have a Snorlax plushie. I don't have like a Lego or anything. I want the whole all of the Lego botanicals I want. There is not a single bad one. I have the little cherry blossoms, I have the mini plants, and I have the orchids. I really want the bird of paradise. Oh, it's horrific. The bamboo's cute. Everything's cute. The whole set is really good. There's like a hibiscus. I think it's hibiscus. Let me check. Is it hibiscus? What is it? There's like a new set that's purple and it's beautiful. Where is it? Oh, the wildflowers are also really cute. Which one? Is it hibiscus? I can't remember now. Hang on. Lego Botanicals. New. Streaking for 5? Oh, the peace lily's really cute. We bought one of our friends that. Oh, this one! What is this one? What is this one? I just saw, oh my god, the woodland mushrooms. I have not seen those before. Hang on, should we have a look? Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Happy Pride! Happy Pride. Oh my god, that's right, I changed the fucking monitor yesterday. Look at this, I've never seen this one before. This one's cute as hell. Are you joking? I love men and women. Happy Pride. Women especially. I don't really love men, if I'm being completely honest. Men are there. Women I love. Where is this one that I like? I love all the bonsai ones as well. This one's cute. I haven't seen the magnolia either. Men, derogatory. This one, hibiscus. This is the one that I'm like, oh, it's so cute. It's so cute. I love it. The mushrooms are pretty cute. Also the water, like all of them. See, that's what I'm saying. The botanical range just hits. There is not a single bad one. Are you kidding? There's not a single bad one. Like they all look good. The plum blossom looks beautiful. The maple looks beautiful. Like, what are you kidding? That isn't New Zealand dollars yet. Wreath. The sunny bouquet. Like, look at the little bluebells. So cute. Me being hopelessly obsessed with men exclusively is how I know sexuality is not a choice. And that's on God, you know. Should we play some Paralives? I think we should play some Paralives. I'm gonna start like a new game. I've done like a little bit of building, not too much. Hello, Evan. How are you? I've done like a little bit of building. Before we get too far into the game, if anyone's got X or Blue Sky and they want to interact with my Go Live tweets, I will love you long time. Not to be greasy or anything, but we are still partner pushing, and I want to be completely transparent. I need 2 more streams at 75 average for the month. So we're bloody close. So once that is hit, we can commence with like full, just hopefully consistency. We keep pushing. Yeah. So yeah. So tell your friends, tell your wives, tell your sisters and brothers, all that, your friends. If you think that they're if you know. So anyways, let's play Paralives. I'm gonna go town. I'll show y'all the tutorial because some of y'all might not have seen it yet. Tell your grind to hook up. Tell your grind to hook up immediately to go to twitch.tv/Jasteria and hang out. Happy Pride. If y'all don't know what Paralives is a new life sim. It's very similar to The Sims, and it's in early access, so we are bound to run into bugs and little glitches and stuff, and that's completely normal. But it's really cool. Where they're already at, I'm super excited about. I think The Sims should be quaking a little bit, if I'm being completely honest. I'm not playing with any mods currently either. I do want to kind of dive into those at some point soon, just have a wee look. But I think The Sims is quaking, dude. the fact that you can just resize like anything. I'm going to show y'all build mode. So there's not technically a standalone build mode yet, which is what I like doing more than playing with the meeples. But I found a way into how you can kind of bypass, well, not bypass. I found a way into which you can get into building houses pretty quickly with a household. Yeah. Build mode's crazy, I know. Yes! People, I watched a YouTube video last night where you can get a custom rug mod and you can put floor plans into it. So then you can have it displayed on the ground and make your house via the floor plan. And I was just like, we've been living life so wrong. We've been living life so wrong. Oh, God. Anyways. Custom wall tiles, like literally, I did put, can I show you? Can I show you what I did to my bathroom yesterday? Let me show you. Because you can do custom art as well. Where is it? There it is. I just want y'all to see this because I think it's kind of a work of art, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah. Absolute ass. Yeah. You can do custom artwork. That's dangerous. That's dangerous information to have. Dangerous things, you know. Anyways. I watched someone the other day who made custom cushions you can place on a couch. So I got really excited about placing the cushions being placed on the couch. I wish that you could place it on bedding because I haven't found a way to do that yet, or there might be a mod. So there is that.
Maybe.
Yeah, all the explicit art. I'll put that picture of what LT sent me. I'm not gonna, I can't, I'll get banned. Right, I think we'll do, I mean, no, let's go through like everything, because this is like first Paralives stream for me. One bug I did run into when I first played is when I went to this, to the formal wear, it went back to the original, like, para, which is what this is. When I, like, edited, when I edited all this, how do I randomize stuff? Oh, here. Just randomize, like, everything. You can make, like, you can also, like, look how intuitive all this is. So you can make booba. You can make booba. And butter. Hi, Toast! How are you? I thought you were going to have that meme of Robert Pattinson covering his nose when Bella Swan walks with the... That's another good one. I could do that. Good morning, chat. Chat! It's like, yeah. Chat, you look just so good that it's just... It's chat. It's also what Joanna calls you, to be fair. Oh, the slide is inverted. Okay. Booba. Butter. Like butter. Like a criminal undercover. Da, 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 like what? Ooh! Anyways, any smilers in chat? Any Tylers in chat? That is one of my favorite copy busters, and I never use it. Like, I never use it. I don't think I need to do. Oh yeah, I just get rid of all that. No, we're fine. Faces. Oh, she's cute. Any filers? I can't even remember. It's like any tax time. Any filers in chat? The Tyler's one is my favorite, and I can't even remember what the thing is. I always forget it. Oh, you can randomize up here. Oh, she's cute. She's cute. I kind of just don't even want to change her that much, to be honest. Hi Artemis, how are you? Any defilers in chat? It's unhealthy Stranger Things ship time. Any bilers and shit. So anyways. Sorry. Yup. I retexted me. Anyways. She's kind of cute as is, honestly. I'll give y'all like a little bit more of a rundown though. Like, so you can select all your faces and then I almost went, no eyes. You've got all these different eye shapes. Lashes. I'm gonna give it like... Oh! Oh, those are fierce. Oh, those are fierce. Those are fierce. No eyes. Stop. You can give like, yeah, dark circles, bags, whatever you want to call them. The bags under my eyes are Chanel. Nose. But again, you can see all these sliders here. You can mess with stuff like quite intuitively, which is really cool. In my honest opinion. Hi, Sadie. How are you? Nice to see you. I hope you're well. Yeah. Facial hair. Like freckles. Imperfections. Not that, like, sometimes, like, imperfections is, like, the worst word. You know what I mean? Beauty spots, moles, scars, freckles, acne. All the different hair types. You can also get hair coverings, which is really cool. Makeup. I think I'm gonna leave her pretty, like, fresh-faced. You feel cruddy? Wait, like, are you sick or is it mental health stuff? Either way, I hope that you feel better soon. Don't forget to drink water and stay warm and everything if you're sick. Get some good soup or juice. I love it. My two favorite things when I'm sick, this is if you're sick, is like a plain crumpet with like a little bit of spread on it and some juice. That's like the ideal thing for me. If I'm sick, just bring me a crumpet and some juice and then I'm happy. Oh yeah, the tattoos. I didn't find out whether or not you could... I don't think you could do custom tattoos yet or anything yet. Which I think would be really cool in the future if that's a thing. If that's a thing. Anyways. Oh my god, it might keep the para now. Because I did report this bug. So when I first played this game last week, I made my para with like the, you know, like everyday casual outfit. And then the minute I went to formal, it switched back to the original para before I'd edited it. And I was like, oh! Yeah, so there's bug reports. So if you're playing this game, don't forget to use the bug report system because they're constantly fixing stuff. Earrings. Oh, those are cute! Immediately. I'm not sick, but I may as well be sick. Mainly this. Oh, I hate antibiotics. Like, yes, I understand that they have a purpose and everything, but I always feel like shit on them, especially amoxicillin. So I completely understand. I'm really sorry that you have to take them. Like, yes, we all understand why you have to take them, but like, it doesn't make it any less shit. My sick meal is Chef Boyardee ravioli. That's a lot of words. It's not a lot of words, it's some weird words in there. Well, no, ravioli's not weird, but Chef Boyardee is an interesting name. I assume that's a name. Give it like a septum piercing. Nope. Oop. Give it like a septum piercing. Or a nose. Can I do like a nose ring? No. I think that's the unless I can do... No, I can't. It's on both sides. Interesting. Y'all don't got... No. No? No. Hi, Kay. How are you? Why does she kind of look like Amber Jessie? Amber Jessie's hotter. Amber Jessie's hotter. Chef Boyardee. Chef Boyardee. I like his hat that has his name on it. I have not seen any of these in my life. I don't think we hit Chef Boyardee NZ. I don't think we've got it here. If we do, it's probably, yeah, it's on a USA food like website. Omega cheap canned slop. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Canned pasta. I never had this antibiotic and I'm just pissed that I didn't get given one that doesn't make me feel like the shit got beaten out of me. Is it one of those like big slow release ones? Hello, Kay. How are you? Nice to see you. I hope you're doing okay. I want to change those shorts. What about like a skirt? It's kind of cute. Or wait, do we have... Oh, we've got four. What about like a jumpsuit? Oh. Oh, it looks like she's in jail. Oh. Oh, that's not. I was hoping for like an, yeah, like an overall. Yeah, like that. That is cute as hell. It has a weird name. Ugh. Chef Boyardee beefaroni. We don't have SpaghettiOs, but I know what those are. It's like, mine is the Chef Boyardee version of SpaghettiOs. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It has a weird name. Ha! Sorella, can I say something without you getting weirded out? Like, you look beautiful every stream, but today when I came in, I was like, oh. Not that you don't look beautiful every stream, but I was looking. I was looking. Can y'all go follow Zorella? Please and thank you, or I'll put a curse on you. Love that diva. Love that divas. Currently playing through Mass Effect. Are you playing through 2? I think you're playing through 2, right? Okay. Stop. Go follow Zorella if you're not already. Or I'll hire an Etsy witch. I'll hire an Etsy witch. I hope you had a good rest of your stream. I was busy doing work things when you ended. And then I went back to your tab and you were gone and I was like, God damn it. This is just like Joe.
A subscriber.
What the hell? Zorella, what are you doing? Thank you so much for the 10 subs. You did not have to do that. That is very kind. Thank you so much. Oh, we got a golden Kappa train. Quick, get the get the town crier out. We've got a golden Kappa train. Hold up. Golden Kappa train. Oh my god.
Oh, stunning.
You ever drive your truck in Fortnite? Sex illegal on the passengers cruising through the city tracking
A subscriber.
Sasha! Thank you for giving a sub to Arnar.
A choo-choo or whatever.
What the hell? What the hell are you doing to me? What the hell are you doing to me? The golden Kappas are coming. Come on, like, manifest this. I don't think I have... How do you get a golden Kappa? Do you have to reach, like, level 5? Is that how that works? Is that how that works? Can I ask that for a friend? How you do that? How does that work? The music's quite low in this game. Let's find out.
A cheer.
Let's find out. Let's find out.
A subscriber.
Oh, you get into it. No, you just get it if you're on the hype train at all. There you go. There you go. Therapy got cancelled, so you're back. Oh, welcome back, Timothy. I'm sorry it got cancelled. You get it no matter the train level, and it's only oh. You know, you'd think, you know, on my ripe old age. Vinhelia! Hello! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Hello! If you're new here, I'm sorry about my accent. My name's Jasteria. We're currently diving into Paralives. It's our first Paralives stream. Oh, thank you so much! Can I please have a shout out for Vinhelia? Vinhelia? I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I do it all the time. Welcome in, Raiders. If you're new here, my name's Jasteria. We play a lot of variety here. We're currently got on rotation Tomodachi Life. We're chucking in Paralives in there a little bit. We're still going to go back to Resident Evil 2 a little bit. So thanks for being here. We're trying to get partnered this year. So if you want to hang out with us, I'd love to have you, whether that's lurking or hanging out in chat. I'm not going to push you to do either. If you can't stick around after the raid, consider following and coming back and seeing us another day. That'd be lovely. We're maybe definitely obsessed with Paralives. Is that what you were playing today? I was about to ask, how was your stream? I hope you had a lovely time. Please go check out Ven. I've just followed you. Lovely to meet you. Thank you so much. I can't wait to catch a stream. I've played a little bit. I've played like 6 hours. And most of it has been building. But I think the Sims have every right to be quaking right now. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I think the Sims have every right to be quaking right now. And this is how it should have always been. So I'm gonna say
cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats
the tag shrinks.
and cats and boots 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 and cats.
It just kept going. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. See, sometimes I'll see a tag and it will completely take me out. And that's what I hope Shrek's wife does to people. It's just a stupid one to have on there for no reason at all. Hi Butterfly, no problem. Well, Zorella, but just before you came into the raid, Zorella dumped a ton of subs in here. And then we've got a golden kappa train going on. So thank you so much, Diva. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You did not have to do that. And Ven, thank you so much for the raid and sharing your community with me. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope anyone who, if you are sticking around, enjoys it here. We're pretty heathenish here. Just warning you now. It's a little bit of a circus. That's all I got to say on that. This is so hateful. It's not letting me gift a sub. Can you try a bit? Not to like tell you to give me bits, but can you try cheer and see if that works? It's just to get you your emote. It's to get you your emote, right? Is it Ty's birthday? Is it Ty's birthday? No way. Hey, what does Plankton say? Is it your birthday? Happy birthday. I'm sorry. The raid is probably like, this is chaos. What is going on? Happy. Okay, while I'm making this, you can listen to this. Oh, there it is.
It's your birthday.
Cute. Oh, cute.
It's your birthday.
Can I change the shirt color? I don't think I can. No. Okay, that's okay. This is cute. What's going on? Hi, Chili! How you doing? Hi, Diva. Nice to see you. I'm sorry, there's a birthday song going on. One moment, please. It's Ty's birthday. Raiders who have just joined, it's Ty's birthday. Please say happy birthday to... Oh, you're playing Paralives too! How are you enjoying it? I'm so sorry. Yeah. Telly, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello. Nice to see everyone. Die! Oh, I got my golden kappa. I got my oh, I got the cow! Oh! I got the cow as well! I'm so excited. Sorry, we just had a golden kappa train. Hi Tilly, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I also see Moogle. Hello, Diva. How you doing? If you're new here, my name's Jasteria. We're playing Paralives as well. It's our first stream of Paralives, which is really exciting. So I'm showing chat a little bit of like the customization stuff. I also have like, if you're a bit more of like a builder like I am, I'm not saying I'm a good one, but I found like a little bit of a hack for building kind of, because I feel like at the moment the game kind of limits you for build mode because you have to be with the household, but you can actually go into your storyteller settings and change the amount that your household gets, so you can do kind of free building that way. if that makes sense. I'll show y'all in a minute. But thank you so much. If you are just joining, we are trying to hit partner this year. So if you want to hang out with us, I'd love to have you, whether that's lurking or hanging out. I'm not going to press you to do either. If you can't stick around after that raid, consider following us and coming back another day if you want. Again, not going to pressure you. But thanks for being here. Please go follow Tilly. Shout out to Tilly Superdog. Please go follow them. They're great. They play a lot of variety. Is also playing Paralives. How do you like it? How do you like Paralives? Is it your first playthrough, or have you been playing for a little bit or a bit? What have you been up to? I hope you had a lovely stream. Thank you for sharing your community with me, and also to Ven as well. That's very kind. There was just a lot happening just then. Just a lot. It's fine. We're fine. It's good. It's good. It's fine. Oh, I love those boots. I love it. Can I turn the music up a little bit? Oh yeah, I did turn it. Okay. I'm gonna turn it to there. That's probably fine. Oh, okay. Great. That's better. Oh, I read the wrong shout out. What were you, son? Oh, what were you doing today? I see you're just chatting. What were you up to? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It got a little bit hectic. I'm not a very professional streamer, as you can tell. How was your stream? Tell me everything. You know what? Blame the ADHD. There is a reason I have this. If you don't know what that is, it's Ritalin. It helps me concentrate and remember things. Hell yeah! Where's my Rit gang? Where's my Rit gang? Rise up. Oh dear. You were scrapbooking! I feel like scrapbooking must be the most like satisfying hobby. I don't know. There's something about it that's like super creative, and it's also just like I watch a few little scrapbooking TikToks from time to time, and it's like it's really satisfying. It's kind of like ASMR a little bit. It's like satisfying as hell. It probably should be medicated, TBH. Get on that red. I'm not a medical professional. I'm gonna shut up. Anyways, oh, that's a cute nail color, but they're kind of long. I feel like this is a good. Do like an orange though. Yeah, she's cute. Oh my god, I kind of want to change that boot color a little bit. What do we got? No, maybe that's fine. Oh. Hang on. Maybe I do want a brown boot. I don't know if I like the black. That's kind of... no, maybe I do. No, I like the black. I like the black. The one time I did scrapbooking, I put a naked baby Boop who was anamorphed into Thomas the Tank Engine. You have a picture of that? And become a chore sometimes, so I have to save it for when I have some downtime. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Especially if you've committed to a whole book. I think that bans me from future scrapbooking features. Yeah, but do you have a picture for science? Like, just out of curiosity. She's cute. All right. I want to give her a little dress, a little formal dress. Oh, that's kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, it doesn't stay print. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. Okay, and then a wee pump, a little pump. What was that from? Was that from Tomodachi Life, where we were like a little pump? It's a little pump. Oh, that's cute. No, that is cute. Stop that. Stop that right now. A strappy little pump. A strappy little pump. Oh, you DM'd me? All right. Oh my god. Well, that's fine. Yeah, I'm stressed to show that on stream because Twitch doesn't even like you having booty emotes. cute too. I don't even have to do much. That whole outfit's cute as hell. I think the only thing that I might change is the gradient on this. Like that. That's better. PJs. You know what? Oh wait. We need to do our perks. She looks definitely like the creative type. Yeah. Yeah. Vibe. I think she's overjoyed. I think she's good at making friends. And I think she likes... I'll just do me. I like food. Oh, her talent! Sorry, that's her talent. Oh, she looks more like... Should be into should be good at music. Okay. Keep everything the same. I'm just gonna randomize her name so we can get into the game. A small or a large pump. Well, there you go. If that's any consolation of what my chat's like, there you go. If you've just joined. Some of these names are interesting. Nadia. Rafaela. I like Aisha. Myra. Not part of the Twitch code of conduct. Where's JP? Where's JP? Need JP here. The part of the Twitch code of conduct. Emma. Maria. Lawrence. Freya. Oh, I like Freya. I like Freya. Freya Devereaux. Oh, JP! He was summoned. He was fucking... That was creepy. He was summoned! JP, we need the Twitch code of conduct read out, please, and thank you. Freya Sheffield, Freya Ivy, Freya... I'm trying to think... Freya Thompson. You know, it's kind of want like a more fun name than that. Freya Caballero? Freya Caballero? Ooh. That's kind of fierce.
Fibu.
Fine. Huh. Mipe?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You just got here and heard your name? Your ears were like preemptively burning. Okay, Spanish. Did you know I'm 1/8 Spanish, Sasha? So we could be related, you know? We could be like 26 cousins, you know? You never know. Eat a snack. Let's do that. Oh, okay, so these are your wants, by the way. Okay, T. Not Spanish, just love you. We could still be related. We could still be cousins 26th removed, or whatever the hell it's called. That's crazy, because I have shit hearing. When you're together, bar fills up. Pick a conversation topic. Say a generic hello. I could be your long-lost neighbor, exactly. Gun fact? Guess the country. Gun fact? Guess the country. Take care of your para's needs or else they might get upset. So we need to go eat this. I need to look at all of these. Pick a storyteller. Babies. Stella always. Actually, not always. It was the dude, the good-looking dude. When I first played this, I was streaming it to Becca and I was like, we should pick him because he's hot. Seems like there's an issue with the train. Is anyone here a mechanic? No. No. Sadly, I am American. Yeah. I wonder what gave that away. Oh no, I meant fun. Just got guns on the brain. What am I? I'm drinking a black currant kombucha. It's already condensated from all the ice I have in it. Oh god. It's really good. It's really good. I am gonna put a tissue under it. Like so condensated. Do you see that? It doesn't look very like aesthetic in the glass, but you know. It's good. That's the main thing. I am boochin'! I am boochin'. I identify with my Mexican side more than anything. That's important. And that is important. And that's on God. Okay, so now I have to pick a house. Okay, so here's what I'm saying, right? If you are a bit more of like a builder like I am, you can go into your menu and into Storyteller, and then you can customize it. And you scroll down to starting funds, and I just, like, yeah, it's rough, but if I put in 100,000, then I have a bit more free reign of building, because currently there's no just standalone build mode. You can only build within your household. Cheats, hell yeah! Chucking motherload! Yeah, so that's how I've been kind of running it a little bit. However, that didn't give me my starting funds. Did I not do it right? Or is it already... Okay. Okay, maybe because it's already... That's fine. We can just create a random household and do another house at some point. Love the little town. It's so cute. I got this game and I couldn't think of who to make, so I just made Glopsuni Miku. Your mind. You know what? Your mind is next level, I have to say. I can actually buy this land, but I don't have enough to probably build because I actually don't know what the cheat codes are yet because I haven't played enough. And I haven't gone looking, and quite frankly, I haven't gone looking for them yet. Because I'm a wholesome paralifer. I'll just put her in this apartment. This townhouse. The little town makes me so happy. I want to live here too. It's so cute. It's so cute. It has everything. And there's hot people here. Is that Garfield? Is that Garfield? Asking for a friend. Well, here's my house. Can I just go in? Let's go. Oh, that's the entryway. Okay, I see. Oh my god, it's just a stairwell. I forgot all about the fact that I saw a little Hatsune Miku shitter figure. What's a shitter figurine? Shitter? Like shitter? Like shit and piss? What? Hello? What's a shit? Oh shit, I'm fuck. Oh, it's like it's doing a poo. What? I just searched shitter figurine and was like, and nothing really came up. So that makes sense. What did you call me? Hatsune Miku. Oh, I see. Okay. Pack it up. Pack it up. She's running the stream now. That is cursed as hell. What the fuck? Anyways, as fun as that was, I don't want to look at that anymore. Is that the one that you should have bought it? You should have bought it. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, so she's not hungry. Oh, what? Okay, let me show you some of the build stuff. So, I just want to show you something really important right now. You go in here to cushions. Watch this. You'll shit yourselves. See that daisy cushion there? Oh, let me just put it on the couch real quick. The Sims is quaking. The Sims is quaking. Candy cane, like Christmas time, candy cane, gingerbread man, like, come on. Body pillows? I want a custom body pillow. When is that coming? Maybe that's already a mod. I want a Waluigi body pillow. So if I'm gonna meet Janelle, not away from stream, if I'm gonna ever get a body pillow, everyone's like, oh, surely you're gonna get like an Astarion or a Pedro Pascal. No, I'm gonna get a Waluigi one. I'm gonna get a Waluigi one. Are you joking? The perfect male form. Of course I'm getting a Waluigi one. Anyways. But yeah, you can literally go into your couch. You can hit this plus sign. There's a color wheel. There's textures. Oh, I am covering it a little bit, but just believe me that right here is textures of the couch. See, look at this. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Look at that. The Sims hurt, like, I'm saying, they are quaking. They are quaking. Look at that. Oh, this pillow's a bit too small. Sorry, one moment. Oh, sorry. Oh, I made it too big. Oh, one moment. Oh, no, I meant to make it really tiny. Oh, I'm sorry. Look. What is that? A pillow for ants? Like, are you kidding me? The Sims could never. Oh, this couch, not maybe so much in this tiny apartment, but oh, this couch is a little bit too small for my liking. Let me just... Oh, it's now a 3-seater. Oh my god. Like... This is what it should have always been. This is what it should have always been. Okay, are you kidding me? Anyways. So anyways. Let's make a little, look at this. Look at that. Just give it a little bit of color in here. Kind of want yellow. Kind of going with the yellow theme now a little bit. You can copy the code. Copy the code and make sure that you... Oh, JK, it does it all automatically. Because of course it would. Of course it does it automatically because this isn't The Sims. You know what I mean? Look at that. The kitchen cabinets also behave the same way. You can... Look at this. Whoa. Ooh. Ah. Are you joking? Are you joking? This is how it should have always been. We are eating good. Anyone who's played The Sims, who's moved on to this game, we are eating good. We are eating so good. Oh, let's get a wee plant. I did this the first time I played, a little ducky plant. Oh, oopsies. Let me just rotate. Oh, the one qualm I do have with this game is the camera, but the rest of it's so good. I think it's also just because I'm like gooning for the click and drag. I know that's right. Oh, you have such a way with words. Big fan of your vocabulary. Why didn't this? Because it's EA. Because it's EA, yes, and I do know there's a mod for a camera. I was gonna say I am kind of Sims pilled in the sense of the camera. Only the best for you. I can stop. I can stop. Stop. You go up. Oh, whoops, wrong way. Look at this. Weird ass shaped bathroom, first of all, but you're like in The Sims, right? This is, I want to say this is from the base game. The Sims, right? Your Sim wouldn't even be able to walk past that. It would be like, ah, help me. She's gonna walk past that. Watch this. Watch this. I'm so excited for this game, but I'm also just so like, ugh. It makes me realize, like, with The Sims, how... Thank you so much for the follow. Hi, Arduous. Hello, welcome in. it just makes you kind of realize like, oh god, for the last like 10 plus years we've been really slumming it with this other game. I think The Sims is done so. The other thing about this, if you are unaware, is that they plan to update the game as they go, including new items. I assume maybe worlds. I'm not entirely sure the extent of what the updates are, but they will not be charging for DLC. It will all be free updates. And their pricing of the game will reflect that per each update. So, if you like The Sims, or, you know, simulation games and stuff like that, I'd recommend getting this sooner rather than later before they start adding even more content to it and putting the price up. Because currently, I think it's about $40, which is really good. And I remember when I bought The Sims 4 base game, and they didn't have pools, they didn't have toddlers, it was very, very, very surface level crap. And then I think about all the... well, I didn't buy all of the DLC, don't get me wrong, but still, I bought like a little bit of DLC, and it's still a lot of money, considering. Here we are. Yeah, so that's Paralives. I'll get into a conversation so y'all can see. Let's go down here and talk to some people. Oh, let's talk to him. Anyone want to get me pizza? I keep getting pizza ads. What kind of pizza? There's $1 million fine. Clicks. No, that's so much. Hi, Iconic. How you doing? Stream's going fun. We got a golden kappa train before. It's quite neat. We've just gotten into Paralives. We've made our first character. Granted, I've done like a very certain... Doesn't know you what... What? I just wanted to jog to him. Where am I? Where am I? Uh-oh. What's that? Oh, it's the... Where am I? Oh, there I am. Talk with. Here we go. Okay, we're just talking. Okay. I love whatever's going on here, but... how are you doing, Iconic, by the way? Annie, bro, I'm so hungry. Just no mushrooms or olives on it. A cheese. I had a really good pizza at the start of the week. It was mozzarella, cheddar, and caramelized onion. It was so good. Basically just a cheese pizza with onion on it, but it was so good. So I think, okay, here we go. We can now do conversation topics. Introduce yourself in a friendly manner. It's got 90% chance of... Okay, success. Caramelized onion is the most underrated pizza topping. And that's the thing, I didn't really like kind of think about onion as a whole. Like, yes, as a pizza topping, yeah, fine. But you don't kind of think it as like your cheese and your tomato base and everything. And then like sometimes your proteins or whatever. Caramelized onion hit. It was so good. It was so good. So I think what happens is as you converse, this meter goes up. Again, if there's someone who's played a lot more Paralives than me, please chime in because I'm still learning. This meter fills up and then that gives you extra conversation topics as I guess your relationship grows. Attempt to make everyone happy, sure. It's got a 60% chance, alright? Become acquaintances with someone new. That seems easy. That seems easy. I reckon I can do it with this one. As someone who was too poor to grow up with The Sims, I'm so excited to be able to move furniture and resize without the... And the thing is, right, we'll get into like a proper build soon. The other thing is you can turn on snap or not snap. And if you turn, and then there's a grid, which will help. What does this guy want? Can I help you? Okay. This is interesting. Motivate the group with happy thoughts. Enthusiastically infused with overflowing joy. Share joy about fulfilling want. I'm gonna do this one. In the build mode, there's a grid, right? And you can remove the grid and then you can build custom footage of a wall. I When I tell you, the minute this has a free reign build mode, you know, like The Sims, where you can just go in and build whatever, you don't have to have a household, it is over for you hoes. I'm not a good builder, don't get me wrong, but I do love to build and decorate more than, you know, this sort of stuff. When I tell you the minute that there's a free reign build mode, oh, I'm excited. They bond by spending some happy moments together. I want that one. Does that mean I get my acquaintance thing? Let's see. Become acquaintances with someone new. Maybe it has to be absolutely someone new now that I've selected that. Oh! After... Let's talk to... Maybe I'll talk to... Play Mealy Mellow. What is that? Oh, is that the game? It looks like a sundial.
A follow.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello. I hate bacon and my family calls me un-American lovingly. I do. It's not even a... I was about to say I have a hot take about bacon, but it's not even a hot take. It's just like a... Build max! Oh my god, we're gonna get so build pilled and build maxed in here. I hate us. I hate us. I think bacon is overrated. There, I said it. No, but also, like, yes, I'm vegetarian now, but the other thing about all those processed meats is they're really not good for you. I'm a firm believer in, you know, like, eat what you want as long as you're doing, I guess, the work or keeping yourself healthy at the same time. Totally don't. I'm totally not saying, like, don't eat it, but it's just they're kind of carcinogenic because they're so overprocessed. Hello, Fraser. Nothing's good for us. Yeah, that's basically it. Did you see the huge... I read that as, Janelle, did you see the huge rack? And I was like, where? Where? Oh, you mean... Wait, I don't even have it on here. Hang on. Oh, you mean this rack? Did you see the hack of adding a floor? Yes! I was talking about that at the start of stream. Okay, so for those who weren't here, there is a custom rug mod for this game. And people have been uploading, they've been going to like architecturedesigns.com and uploading floor plans and building houses based on the floor plan. And I think that is the most genius and coolest thing ever. And I really want to do that. I just haven't installed the mod yet. And I will be doing that. Don't you worry. I will be doing that. I used to like bacon, but one night back in high school, my grandma was making bacon for pancakes and it just made me extremely nauseous and I've never been able to eat it since. Damn, that's nuts. I'm sorry that made you feel nauseous. That's rough. Hopefully you can still eat pancakes though. But I had some really good pancakes on Monday. They were pumpkin spice. This is going to sound so white of me, but they were pumpkin spice pancakes, but they were actually really good because they were all like spicy from the cinnamon and nutmeg, they actually weren't that sweet. And then there was like ricotta and maple on the side with some like kiwi fruit and pumpkin seed brittle. It was delicious. It was so good. Did you see the rack? No? I want pancakes. I'm like, it is. It was so good. It was so good. Did I become acquaintances with this person? Maybe not. Let's... There we go! I did it! I have fulfilled a want. So it had to be someone new. Pancakes or waffles? Depends on the day. Depends on the day. If I'm going out, usually pancakes because I feel like people don't do waffles in New Zealand well enough here. But if I'm making them at home, waffles, because I have a waffle maker and I make a pretty bloody mean vegan waffle. It's like a buttermilk waffle and it's like really thick and crispy and it's delicious. Delicious. Pineapple upside down pancakes? That sounds amazing. That sounds so good. Anyway, should we go to like a build mode? Cook a meal? Oh, we can do that quickly. Find a job though? How do you find a job? Do you look at the PC maybe or something? Let's have a look. You know what? Let's find out in real time because, you know, I do need to play more of this game and learn. Find a job. There we go. I need a chair to you. I'm literally, there's a chair right there. There's a chair right there. What do you mean? What do you mean? Find a job is too real. Maybe I should introduce her to my job application me. What is this? Duck candle? Welcome to Paralives. This life is yours to explore and build. Have fun. Ah, the development team. That's fun. Cute. Okay. Okay. How to find a job, apply to 300 jobs and get rejected from all 300. That sounds very much like New Zealand at the moment. It's a little bit messed up here too. Hello? Is she coming? Is she coming? Oh, she's coming. I want you to find a job. Miss Ma'am, find your job. Find your calling. Can I be a musician? Because didn't I make her talent music? Hello? Oh my god. Oh, she's gonna get out. She's gonna get out of the chair. And now she, okay, we're good. Okay. This is like me. Oh man, I really feel like, let me just switch games to Tomodachi Life real quick. Okay, let's do it. Engineer, no, hang on. Here we go, music. Music therapist? At the hospital? I love that. I'm doing that. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 6 to 11. That's so cute. She's not going to have much of a social life outside of that, but that's cute. We are playing more Tomodachi Life this week. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We are getting back on the horse. Okay, so she's found a job. Find a job with a higher rank in the music industry. Flirt with Roberto Robert, not the train conductor. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And then we're gonna cook a meal. Pizza. Oh, this is gonna send Sadie into psychosis. Paralives rating so far. Hi, I really like it. I really like it. The other thing to preface, if you're just joining and stuff, we are playing Paralives. It is an early access, so there are bound to be bugs and little hiccups. That's completely normal with stuff like this. But yeah, it's really good. Caitlin, I just turned this 2-seater couch. I turned it from a 2-seater, from a 2-seater into a 3-seater by doing that. Oh my god, I added this cushion. Oh, you want another cushion? Let me just add another cushion onto the chair. You can resize cabinetry this way. Look at this. You can do that. The other thing to note is this is an apartment that was already built in the game, and unlike The Sims, you can edit the outside and the windows. Oh, you want a longer, taller window? Let's do that. Or a wider one? Okay, let's do that. What else can it, what else? I am about to get into a build mode soon. So, like, I'm about to build an actual house to show y'all, like, how nuts it is. But we were living life so wrong. We were truly living life so wrong. And I was just saying earlier, like, I'm kind of really stoked and excited, but I'm also like, god damn it. Like, what were we doing for the past 10 years? It's actually like 12 years, isn't it? Was it 2014? When did The Sims come out? The Sims 4. We didn't even know it, I know. 2014. September 2014. Yeah. So that's really fun. Really, really great, you know, all that. The other thing is, if you're unaware, is the dev team are constantly going to update the game, add content, etc., and not charge you for DLC, or not charge you for updates. So whatever you pay right now, which I would recommend doing more so now, because it's cheaper now, is what you will pay. Because as they do free upgrades and updates and extra content, they will reflect the price slightly, the base price of the game slightly, as it goes on, so it is better to get it sooner than later. It's truly like what EA has been doing. What has EA been doing all this time? Like, what are you talking about? Nah, it's fine. It's just... I think it just comes from a place of frustration that this is how it could have been. If, you know, I don't know. It's hard to say because I don't know the ins and outs of what goes on in the team. But yeah, I don't know. Like I'm very excited about the premise of this. Can I put this away? I can't put that away. Okay. Hi, Kia. How you doing? Nice to see you. I saw a post that said Sims 3 came out 17 years ago. In the last couple of days, I had this shocking moment where I realized how old I am. It's usually me with like movies. The minute I find out a movie is like over 20 years old, I'm like... Spiral staircases still aren't a thing in The Sims 4, by the way. Yep. 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 Hey, but... You know, we might be dogging The Sims 4, but The Sims 2 was like peak. I've got to tell you that The Sims 2 is one of my favorite video games ever. Oh, I can claim rewards. What did I get? I didn't even read what I was going to get from that. But anyways... So that's that, right? Now, if we go here and go create... Well, we'll save first just to make sure we save everything. We'll go create new household. Love Pink. Love The Sims 2. The Sims 2 is just like... Chef's kiss, you know? Random... Oh, she's kind of cool. She's kind of... They're all kind of slay. Oh, she's slay. Look at her. She does have the same hair. She's cute. They're all really cute. Oh! Is she single? Oh, she's hot. Oh, Sims 2 is my favorite Sims. 100%. 100%. She's so cute. What the hell? Oh, I don't even want to, like, change too much. Valencia Eratova is the name that... She's even got a slay name. All right, let's give her a formal... Oh, we're changing that dress, honey. We are changing that dress. What about if I put that in black? What else have we got? Oh! I think that, and then if we do a... What do we got in the way of... Oh, wait. Oh, that's dark brown. Hang on. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know what? She can keep that. Although, can we change it all to black? I feel like that would be pretty funny. Change it all to black. She's my goth mommy, alright? That, you know what? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, so hopefully... Oh, that's right, the personality traits. Absolute diva in front of us. Oh. Oh, she's gonna be so creative. Vibe. Gloomy. I feel like she has to be gloomy, right? Good at being alone. Art. Period. And she's a vegetarian. Slay diva. Okay, so hopefully if I've done the setting right, it should give me 100,000 now. There we go. Okay, we've fixed it. Okay, so if y'all weren't here before, you can go into the menu and change your storyteller funds to 100k. This is the way that I've found works for, you know, having like a bit more of a free reign build mode while you currently have to have a household selected. Where are we gonna build? I think there's even stuff up the top here. God damn. Well, we do not need to be at a farm. We do not need to be at a farm. She got paid. She got paid, honey. Maybe here. Maybe here. Yes. Okay. So the one thing I've noticed, also just resize rocks. Genius. The other thing I've noticed is there's no real, like, deck tool yet that I could see. Again, if you're a Paraliver and you know more than I do because I am still technically new, please sing out. But there is a way to make decks. It's just a little bit of a workaround that I can find right now. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Terrain. Here we go. Look at all this. Look at all this. What do you mean? What do you mean? Long grass? Scattered little imperfect grass? Let's change the brush size real quick. Look at that. You can make rooms raise the floor. Yeah, that's what I have been doing. That is the workaround I have found. You can do, like, look at this. Oh, and sorry, before we even go, okay, here's another thing. Fencing, right? You know how you're like, oh, I love a little white picket fence. I love a little white picket fence for my house, and then you usually have to build it like here. And like here. You have to build it like in one tile from the actual edge. No. JK. You can still build it like pretty bloody close. I thought that you could. I've seen fencing be built like very much like almost on the. Unless is it? Oh, is it because I've got the grid on? Maybe. Yeah, it's because I got the grid on. Look at that. There you go. That's all she wrote. You can just have your lovely little white picket fence actually on the line of your house. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? See that? Look at that. Are you joking? Like, we can probably get rid of that because we've sold the house. We've sold the land area, alright? But that's what I'm saying, right? We have been living life so wrong. And just wait till you, spoiler alert, wait till you see the bloody roofs. Wait till you see the roofs. Anyways, I am going to use a grid here for a second because I'm going to make a deck. I'm going to make it like a 4x4, I think. So right now, it gives you like very straightforward, you know, this is how much, right? So 4 meters. Then if you turn the grid off, look at that. You can do like 0.6, 2.7. Where has this been? As a builder, because that's mostly what I, especially in the later years of The Sims 4, that's mostly what I used The Sims 4 was building. I just really like building. It's fun. Build my deck. So currently the workaround for a deck is this. You build a room. Then you raise the flooring. Then you can click the wall and delete section. And that is how you make your deck. Right? That is how you do it. I assume with everything that's being reported, I have noticed the whispers of the Paralife players have been on Twitter and Blue Sky been saying, where's our deck tool, baby? So I wouldn't be surprised if it gets added sooner rather than later. It seems to be one of the ones that I've seen a lot of comments and requests about. Why does the... I don't know. Thoughts and prayers? I absolutely inhaled a 10-piece McNugget meal and some... Oh no, the chat flew up. Hang on. Excedrin? Hope I pronounced that right. In the hopes I'm able to avert this migraine I feel coming. Oh no! Yeah, let's hope. Don't forget to turn all the lights out and close the... Although it might be dark where you are anyway. So close the blinds or the curtains. Get the darkness going. Don't look at the screen too much either. That probably won't help. I don't know why Automod doesn't like thought, but it's also kind of funny when someone puts thought in and then it does get picked up and they're like, what? Right. So, where's my build tool? We're going back here. Okay, so I might just build down. I might just do an L shape just to show y'all, because that's the one I'm like most confident with in terms of house shapes. You know. You know. Sometimes it's a yeah, so I do have to raise the flooring here a little bit, which is fine. There we go. Then, now look at this. Oh, did I not draw a wall there? Lol, hang on. Oh no, I did. Did I? There we go. There we go. Now, don't mind me. I'm just silly. Impressed by the speed as well. Sims was slower, yeah. You struggle with this on the channels I mod for. And that's the thing, it's like a Twitch auto mod thing, right? It's, yeah, anyway. Right, look at all these roofs. I really like this one as well, but, look at all of these bloody roofs. That's all I'm gonna say. The other thing, because I really like doing like an angled, sometimes what I like doing, so here, sometimes what I like doing is I like doing like an angled moment like this. See, like that. And you know, on The Sims, it pissed me off, but why is she so tiny? Hello? Why? Hello? Here we go. That was interesting. Are you kidding me? Like, and then I can have a lovely little bay window out the front. But that's what I'm saying, like, it's crazy. Living life so bloody wrong. I tell you what. Anyways. Let's just do this one for now. Oh, hello. There we go. So again, this is quite similar to The Sims in regards to roofing, like moving it. So bad. God, it's just so good. I'm gonna remove this tree until I'll do the outside soon. Like, look at that. You can also, you know, make it a little bit taller if you wanted. Make it a little bit taller. And I just go in with an angle. Like, I do love an L-shaped house because this is my safe space for building, is an L-shaped house. I have to say. Oh, hello? Thank you. L. If you had mods slash custom content, you'd get a snack and wait at your computer. Oh, yeah. The minute you fire up The Sims, and you've got like your 300, maybe even more mods. It's like the space station. It's like the other thing about The Sims that I used to hate, when you do an angled roof, it would always like come into here, like to like here. Now, you can have it so that it goes to just where you need it. Just where you bloody need it. Again, living life wrong, right? It's so, like, what do you mean? What do you mean I have been doing this so wrong all this time? Weird shaped houses! Let's go! You know what I mean? Like, it's so good. I do really like a weatherboard. I made a brick house last night, which is pretty fun. Chimneys have all got their own section as well, I might add. I haven't messed around with them too much. Roofs in The Sims never made sense to me. It felt like, oh yeah, I'm gonna cry! I know! It's unreal. That's what I'm saying. Like, we have been done dirty. We have been done dirty for so long. Okay, the one thing I have noticed is the stairs are a little bit janky. But apparently that is normal. Oh, these stairs aren't wide enough. Oh, do I have to put another one down to make them wider? Oh, no. Oh, no. No, you can just do this. You can just do that. You can just make them wider. It's fine. Can you make a dick-shaped house out of brick so it can so you can say it's bricked? Sarah's here. Congrats on first. Everyone may now talk. Everyone may now talk that Sarah is here. Hi. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. And then you can do one moment. You can do now. Let's match this. I think maybe it's this one. Hello? Where the hell did that go? Oh wait, I know why. I know why. Here we go. Hello? Where is it? Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This game is the Stardew Valley of The Sims. Wait, what does that mean? Welcome to chat, everyone. Sarah is now here. You may speak. You may speak. That's all I'm gonna say. You may speak. Anyways. I think we're gonna go for a nice little weatherboard. Oh, you know what I want to do? I want to, now hear me out. I want to do something, where are we there? I want to do something like this. Or even like the orange. And then, hear me the hell out. I do something like this. And trust and believe it's going to look better the minute I have everything in line with the roof as well. But I'm gonna scream. Okay, hang on. I need to do a different side. I need to do a different side of that. So maybe like here. Oh, but it's gonna... Aga high. Dude, Tony Saw has so many Uggas in her chat. It is unreal. I have never seen so many Uggas in all my life in that channel. What about this? Can I change the time of day? Thank you. It's like it feels a little bit too dark right now. Let's make a let's do like a maybe like that. And then it's kind of cute. Now, I haven't found out a way to change the view of the flooring to like make it horizontal. Lynn also has a lot, which is where I think Tony gets most of the front. A time slider? Yeah. No, just picking the morning, the daytime, or the evening. You can pick what time of the day you want to see your house in. By 2 hours. Like, are you joking? Are you joking? Hi Yeti, how are you? Hello? I don't even have, do you know what? I don't even have that many Waluigis, really. Realistically, I don't have that many. Let's do like a... What does this look like, actually? It's kind of nice. I actually really like that. I do want to slightly brighter. Oh, of course. I want to change the... Yeah, baby. I feel like this is the personification of if they wanted to, they would. Yep. And I feel like the people behind Paralives, there was just one pissed off Sims player that was like, I've had enough. I've had enough. Is there something on my face, or is that my screen being weird? There is something on my face, but I don't know what. I just spotted it and was like, is that a mark on my screen? Okay, we're good. Paralives took all of the Sims shortcomings and built on it. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I really truly think so. Okay, what? I kind of want this, but I want this, but up here. Let's do something like this. Maybe like that. I do prefer like a wooden deck though. So sorry, that's a lipstick save from me being over there earlier. Oh. What could I do here? Could I maybe what I could do? Let me try something. I haven't figured out, see this white line of the wall? I haven't figured out if I can, I don't think I can cover that. Also, you can do ceiling finish, by the way. What do you mean? What do you mean that you can do a ceiling finish? I like that, I think. I like that. And then if we get a door, I just do a black door. Oh. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Is this a bug? This could be a bug right now that we are experiencing. Oh, I like this one. Oh, I really like that. But I think I might need to move the... Oh, you can also change the door handle so it's like which way you want it to swing open, by the way. Oh, I know what it might be. Hang on. It might be the walls. It is. Whoa! You're gonna put a hot tub on the deck for woohooing? I wonder if you could woohoo in a... I want... What's the deal? What's the woohoo called? Uh-oh. 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 Stairway to heaven! What happened? Oh, it's just, it's screwed. Okay, good. Okay. Okay, I undid too far. When Twitch tries to fuck me out of my streak, but we never lose. Congratulations, LT. How do you feel? How do you feel? maybe I do want to like do a different. Maybe I want to do like a wooden stair anyway. Why? Okay, that is the one thing I have noticed is the stairs are very interesting. The stairs are very interesting. I haven't quite I haven't found out like how to. If anyone knows a stair hack, let me know. But I feel like the stairs are a little bit buggy right now. We had it so good before. Now it's like no. I'm gonna replace. Okay, let's try something else then, real quick. We're waiting for that to figure itself out. Can do a replace, and I think I can just do. Look at that. Oh. That's better. It's just the stairs are fucked. Hi Templar, how are you? Can you shrink them like you did with other things? No. No, you cannot. I just don't know what the tea is, why it's so... Like it was fine before, and the minute I like rose the... Look at that. You know what? I'll deal with the stairs last. It could be a case of restarting the game, because that does sometimes help. Also, speaking of, save. Don't want to not save. Templar, how are you? Hello? Have you just finished work? Okay, so I think I need to raise the wall as well. Actually, I could probably do it here. Oh! Oh my god, so close. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I think that's right. Yeah, more or less. Nice. Maybe it's because you were at the next... Maybe. Maybe, actually. Let me check. Nope. No, I do think that they are... Like, I do think there is something wrong with the stairs. I found that the stairs have been a bit weird. I love that a new Sims-ish game came out that you can have 6-hour streams to. Don't call me out on that. Do not come for me. The stairs are haunted. I don't understand. What's going on? What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't like your attitude, Templar. F13. I don't like what you're trying to hint at. I do that, is that good? Nope. Nope. Okay. Good. Alright. Good. Well, that's a problem for another day. You know what? That's a problem for another day. Is that right? Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Okay. He does know me well. If y'all don't know, I did have a moment where I used to play The Sims, and was it Animal Crossing? There was one other game. It must have been Animal Crossing. I went through an era. This was a few years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago. I went through an era where I would play The Sims for like 6 to 8 hours on stream. They would be the longest streams of my life. The hotel. Oh my god! That's what it was. It was the Happy Home DLC for Animal Crossing. Oh, and yeah, I used to spend like 6 to 8 hours live just syncing. This is a time sink. I thought I played the first time I fired this game up. I played for 30 minutes, and then when I finished up, I looked at my Steam summary, and it was 3 hours. Last night I played a little bit, built a nice little lovely new home. Looked at my Steam summary. What felt like an hour, it was another 3 hours. So I had like 6.1 odd total hours, and I was like, oh, this is a problem. Oh, this is actually a problem. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, so that's what we're working with. It's that I might be in a bit of trouble. I want to do like a little foyer. Is there like an archway door? Like an open door? Yes! Oh, now hang on. Here's another test that I have not done yet. Here's another test. I want to see something real quick. Oh. Hello? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Does it not like that wall? Oh, orkies. Orkies. Hello? Uh-oh. Well, what I was gonna do, I just want to see if this works. It does work! Oh my god! You can custom size archways. It's what I've always wanted, like genuinely. It's what I've always wanted. I'm almost at 200 hours on Tomodachi Life. Don't ask me. I wonder how much I am. I feel like I haven't played like that much in the grand scheme of things. I can make a grand entryway, okay? I can make a grand entryway. I was thinking of doing something like, I don't know, like some, maybe, you know, like the little like storage seats? I wonder if there's something I could do there. Where I could do like a bench top. Show you what I mean. If I can do like a kind of like a bench top moment. Like, I'm talking like, but I kind of want it to be shorter, if I'm being honest. Oopsies. I don't think you can make them shorter, no. Let's have a look at the seating. What have we got? What is this? Oh, like, what is this? Can I just make a large, oh, like that. In the entry, you know what I mean? But usually what I would think is that it's like a cushiony area and then you can lift it up in their storage. What's my time sync? Yeah, I am very build and decorate. So that is where my time sync is build modes, Happy Home DLC, and Animal Crossing. I am determined to do something with my island this week on Tomodachi Life. Either tomorrow or the next day, we will be sorting my island out slightly. It needs it. It's ugly as hell right now. It's just mess. It's just like everything's everywhere all at once. I audibly gasped, wait, for the archway or this ottoman? But then, okay, no, but hear me out. The other question I have then is, can I cushion? I can cushion on top of it. Oh, so what you could do, so hear me out, what you could do, and you don't have to have them at like 90 or 45 degree angles, you can have any angle you want here. What I'm saying is, you could do like a bigger one. You'd probably put the bigger one at the back, honestly. Like, are you joking? Like, look at this. It's a crime you're not an architect. Oh, I'm not that good. I'm not a very good builder, to be honest. Wait, what are you pinning of LTs? Why can't I see that? But you see what I mean? So you could have like a little moment like this. You could even, honestly, you could push this back one. Like, genuinely. Look at, oh, it's gonna make me delete it all. But you see what I mean, right? And you have more pillows here. You do a small yellow, and then you do a big blue. Actually, the other thing, sorry. Another really cool thing is the minute you copy something that's been resized, it copies as the size that you copied it at. So if you have a window, the other thing is if you have a window, that you make. Oh, look at this. Ooh. Ah, look at this. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god. You can copy it and it will be the same size. It's actually insane how wrong we've been living life. Like, it really is. Put that there. Let me move that one forward a little bit. Probably even angle that one a bit more. Too. They are such no-brainer things. That's the thing, right? That's the thing. You'd think. Yep. Yep. But honestly, you could even make this like a little bit more of like a could do it like that where hear me out. Did that just oh, okay. The other thing I've noticed is it doesn't keep the floor where you want it. Then what you could do is here you could have, if it's gonna let me, it might not. It didn't like the archway before. Look at this. Look at this! And you can have it not snap if you don't want to. You can press Alt and hold it and it won't snap. So you can go like that. And then just to like tie it all off, let's just quickly do this. Oh, we'll do it a nicer color. Like that. Look at that! Oh, what's happening with this cushion? Hang on. It looks like it is levitating. What's going on here? Could be just a bug. The other one levitating? Oh, the other one's kind of levitating as well. That's okay. But like, you see what I'm saying? I just like fully, again, like you could make it the same as the outdoor door. I think you should build a dungeon for the goth. I mean, I could. It's not off. It's not off the table. It's not off the table at all. I don't actually know how to. Hi, Amber. How are you? I hope you're well, David. Have you played this? Have you played Paralives yet? Living my best life. As a builder, I am living my best life. I'm doing good because we finally have a decent sim game. In a long time. I can't rule out The Sims 2 because The Sims 2 was like a masterpiece, I have to say. But yeah, I'm like, look at this green. Like, that green's so cute. You could do like a green and then hang on. What about like a... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look at that. Like, look at that. That's so cute. Are you joking? Are you joking? Then you can have like, and you can just search everything. So you can get like coat. There's a coat rack, boom. Oh, but you don't like, you remember the 2 coat rack options in The Sims? No, no. You can have your rack be black. You can have your, actually, let's do this. You have your rack be white, and then all of her stuff is going to be black. Then, look at that. And then I'm pretty sure there's a shoe rack as well. Yeah, there we go. Doing good. Not yet tomorrow. Ew. Slay. Do you have like a wood grain on it? No grain. And then, I bet you anything, you can do stuff like, here, look at this. Look at this. She's gothy, we have to do this bright. Look at that! Look at that! Not the small kappa. Not the small kappa. More than 3 coat racks. Yup. First of all. First of all. Look at this. Look at this. Her Louboutins. Boom. What else we got? Sneakers. You know what I mean? Like, it's just insane. You can stack things. Just wait until we get into kitchen clutter. Kitchen clutter is like insanely impressive. No more restrictive shit. No. Just you wait. Just you wait. I feel like this is too bright and cheery. Oh, wait. Next thing. Hang on. Just also wait a minute. What do we got? We got anything that I can... Oh. Perfect. I've got a custom image right on hand for this. Okay, here you go. Don't like any of these pictures? That's fine. Where'd the Hatsune... Oh, no, where'd the Hatsune Miku go? Oh no! Is it not called Hatsune Miku? What is it called? It's called Hatsune Miku. Where is it? Oh, those are my folders. Okay, there it is. James P. Corden as well. Where'd Hatsune Miku go? Yeah. Oh, where's Sasha? Where's Sasha? Oh shit. See, this is proof that you should have bought that. This is proof you should have bought that. I knew you could put items on shelves and everything, but not like this. Oh no, literally. It's so good. It's so good. What about, wait, what about Glorpsune Miku? I've never seen Glorpsune Miku. Is that an emote? Like, what is that? I'm impressed it didn't warp the image in a way. So sometimes it does when you go to select what picture. Sometimes it either puts like a white line either side or it does kind of warp. Oh, these look good. Look at these. That's resized them really well. But like the ghosts. Okay, no, it hasn't done that. It does warp sometimes. Like, let's just click the cat for a second. If I do this. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they fixed it. I think they fixed it. They fixed it. Because it was warping. It was warping the other day for me. That's so cute. Stop. Is that Olivia Rodrigo? It's Yeah, I know, but I haven't seen it. Yeah, you can have custom artwork. I was showing stream earlier that I had this in my toilet. I put it in my Discord. I put that above the toilet last night in one of my bibs. Women in STEM. Let's go. Yeah, so yeah, the devs have been working overtime to fix stuff. And you can bug report. I think it's here. Yeah, you can send feedback or bug reports just like directly and it just pops out like another thing in a browser. It's kind of crazy. I haven't done a custom little one. Like, look at this. Look at this little look, we'll put it on here. We'll put it on the ottoman for now. Hang on. Oh, whoops, I didn't. Oh, look, there you go. Oh my god, what is this? A photo frame for ants? So good, dude. Oh my god, can you send me it? Can you send me it, Sarah? And I'll put it. What if we had a JP Clancy on that instead? I do have a James P. Corden. If that's any... Don't mind my awful download folder at the moment. It's a bit of a mess. I did see it before. JP Corden. Anyone up for some carpool karaoke? Oh, slay. Anyways, oh, whoops. Oh well, I took a screenshot of that. So she's never beating. What allegations? What allegations? What do you mean? What do you mean? This is too bright in here. I feel like. What do we got? What about like a... Oh, I feel like a tile's a bit too much in here. That looks really cool though. Even like one, like a feature... It seems cold though at the same time. That she's a JP... I'm never beating the allegations that I'm a JP Mark 90 fan. Why are you saying that like that's a fucking sin? I am a JP Mark 90 fan. What do you mean? Well, like it's... One, like it's hard. Two, like it's a bad thing. You've just got to get taste, Glicks. I'll have you know. Anyways, I wonder, what about this? It's kind of... I reckon... Also, hang on. The other thing I reckon would be really cute in here. Let's see what other coat stuff we have again. Is that just hung? Oh, that's cute. Maybe I want that. Maybe I'd rather have that. Could have the coat like hanging here. And then, oh, do you want to say, okay, as a plant bitch, I just need y'all to also see this real quick. Oh, that looks nice. However, it's quite large right here. If you think you've thought about it, you've thought correctly. Like, where was this? When I wanted her the most, you know? You know? That's what I'm saying, alright? I can make Forest. Why the fuck is Mario smoking weed? Hi, back. You know what I mean? Like, we've been living life so wrong. Anyways, I am gonna delete all this because I think I need to figure out what I'm doing with an entryway first. But I kind of like this. I could make it like kind of like a reading room, maybe even, or like a, like, yes, an entryway, but like a reading room at the same time. So I could do like, the other thing, right? You see this? See this shelf? See that empty space? I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure I can do stuff like this. Look at that. Where the hell is stuff like this? I know! I know! I know! And, oh, it's like looking a bit too busy. Oh, don't worry. You can just resize it. And they're little books. Oh, you want to put a plant there? Oh, you want to put a plant there? What about this dangling, like, ivy? And it's really funny because of the Paralives streamers I've watched currently and them freaking out over stuff like this. This is how badly we've needed something like this. You should make a New York City high-rise apartment. Do you remember the one? I used to do building challenges on The Sims and I made that, what was it, 2x2 house and the 3x2 house? Do you remember those? And the 2x2 was literally a New York City apartment. You can't tell me otherwise. I think it was like 3 stories high and the toilet was right at the top. And there was a window right at the top so everyone could see you pissing. It was really funny. Oh, those were the days. Those were the days. No, literally, Sasha. I know, it's crazy. Like, I reckon. Look at that. I reckon you can do that. Look at that. Like, I'm not going to leave that up there, but you can see the possibilities you can get into here. It's kind of insane. It's kind of insane. What about like a dark green in here? Hang on a minute. I've had a bit of a epiphany. Oh yeah. Oh, that's sexy. Oh, that's sexy. Okay, and then like dark brown sofa. Oh, an egg chair? Oh my god. It's over. It's so over. You have no idea. It's so beyond over. That looks like an avocado. Do you remember the video of the kid who opened an avocado at like Christmas time or for their birthday or something? And they're like, oh my god, thanks! It's the cutest thing I've ever seen, and I'd probably be the same. I'd probably be the same. Let me just have a look. You can change the text. Oh my god. You can change. Oh my god, you can make it checkerboard. Interesting. Very interesting, if you ask me. Oh, whoops. I just made this. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. I haven't figured out how to delete swatches yet either, but... Hi, Ovid! How are you? It's going swimmingly because this game is so good. I quote that literally every Christmas. Every time I get a gift. Avocado! Thanks! That's so good. What else is in like an entryway? What about like a buffet table? What about something like this? Oh my god, like that? Hang on. Oh, but wait, hang on. Oh, but it's so skinny. Oh, but it's not wide enough. Oh, but look. Literally, look. What do you mean it's not wide enough? That's what she said. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, you want to fit it to this wall? A shoe rack. Yeah, I am going to do a shoe rack. But like, oh, I actually, so the thing is here, right? The good thing about this is I can go to this color swatch. I can copy this color. I can go back over here and I think I'm going to color this. Maybe I want to lighten up the cushion a little bit. Oh, that's on God. That is shit hot. I think I'm going to keep the green how I had it, yeah. Now, hang on. But we're not done. We're not done. Because what do you mean I can do something like this? Okay, JK. I thought the cushion was able to go on the egg chair, but apparently not. It can go on other couches, but apparently the egg chair is off limits. Don't you, nothing to see here. It's fine. Nothing to see. Carry on. Oh, this is cute. Stop. Oh, wait, that next to a shoe rack would kind of eat. I'm not going to lie. Like that next to a shoe rack. What else we got? Rack. Spice rack? Oh, don't get me started on the floating shelves either. But... yeah. That's way too long. Okay. We'll do that. But like something like this next to a shoe rack is kind of... Oh, okay. Can I add cushions to this? That is another question I have. Let's see. Your house can be very accommodating to guests. They can sit, read, take their shoes off. Take off their shoes and coats. Take shoes off. Can I show you something else? Oh, where is it? See this rug that says leave? Where was this in The Sims? Where was this in The Sims? I'll take my answer off the air. Is this what? Can I put anything on this one? Oh, not the see you soon welcome. Oh, I can't edit that one. That's okay. Leave is also kind of funny. I can't lie. Can you make a doom pile of laundry on a chair? Maybe. Shall we? Oh, let's see. Laundry. Okay, so clothes. I don't know if there's clothes clutter. Look, when you search clutter though, look what comes up. All the clutter. It's kind of genius. Let's see. Love this mug, by the way. I want this mug. Leave! Apart from you, Zarella, you can stay forever. I know! There's pads and tampons. Like, look at this shit. There's band-aids, there's first aid kits, there's mugs, there's spices, there's coffee jugs, sorry, coffee jars, jam jars. It's crazy. Fruit bowl, egg basket, bread basket. I don't know if there... See, there's clothes already in a basket. I could attempt to put a basket on a chair. Let's find out. You can have a basket just on a chair. Look at that. Hatsune Miku! Wait, it's called Mickey. Is she shitting? How big can we make this? Oopsies. Oh, let's put her in the other room. No way. No way! I live for that. I live for that. I'll just make multiple of these around the house. Just her, no one else. That's really funny. Anyways, oh, that's the backrest. Wrong thing, that one. Is this gonna look crap if I do this? Yep. I love that. The dark pillow is so cute. Love, 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 love. To like clip with the yeah. I like that. The cardigan's kind of interesting. What the hell? What the hell? How does it actually change the... Okay. I reckon. Uh-oh. Well, the cardigan's very interesting because you can't actually... Huh. Interesting. 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 You can't change the full color of the clothes. Oh, that's annoying. You made a guest room yet? What, you want to move in? Do you want to move into my house? Do you want to move in? I think we need a big fat plant in the corner. Oh, that's cute. Not very cat safe, but cute as hell. Oh, the minute they get pets, it's over. It's over. Yeah, get me out of here. Manifesting. Get JP out of the country. 2026. There's also some really cute hanging plants here, which could be kind of quite long. Can I change again? Can I change how? Oh, nope. Get me back over here. Oh, oh, that's so cute. I'm fighting as best as I can for my candidates, but my god, yeah, I don't blame you, honestly. I really don't blame you. That's a lot. That's a lot. Can I just put this lip? Oh, now hang on. Can I drag it like, oh, I was like, man, if I could drag it to make it long across the whole thing, it'd be Jova. It'd be so Jova. We have hope for the first time in like 25 years in Texas that a Democrat could win. That's exciting. I mean, as exciting as it can be. Hopeful, I guess. Is there like a buffet table? Or nope. Okay. I will just. Well, I mean, there kind of technically is, but yeah. Yeah. I'm really. I'm praying. I'm not a religious woman, but I'm praying that something good comes out of that country soon or later. Because my god, has it been rough. Oh. Yeah. Need Paxton to lose so badly. Who's Paxton? Do we hate them? You've been working your butt off for him? Currently battling Texas to get vital records modified. Oh. My city council is under investigation for improper spending of taxpayer money that was supposed to have been used to make our new event center. Oh, God. Oh, so it's just like corrupt everywhere over there. Do you know what? Here's not really that better at the moment. Our government sucks. Again, nowhere near as bad. I'm not saying that it's like worse or anything. Nowhere near as bad as what the States has got going on right now. But I'm just kind of saying, like, I can feel your pain. Like, I can understand exactly, like, and even then, like, I can understand, like, tenfold with y'all that it's not good. That it's not good. Where's a lamp for... How big are the lots in this game? I noticed there's a couple of really giant ones. Oh, yes, we hate him. Oh, okay. Yeah, hate that guy. Fuck him. I can only imagine what it's like as an actual Texas resident. Is your governor still old mate? The Zodiac killer, allegedly. I better say allegedly. For legal purposes. The alleged Zodiac killer. Hi Robin, how are you? Oh, that's the other senator. Okay. Ted Cruz, yeah. Allegedly. Is that one that like ditched y'all in the event of an emergency? This is cute. Hang on. Hang on. Maybe we'll go like a little bit that way. Ooh. Oh, mother. That's cute. Stay strong, people, and literally leaves the state, yeah. Recovering. Oh, I was about to ask if you were back. How was Japan? It looked amazing. I saw your photos, especially the Pokemon ones. I was like, I'm not at all jealous. Second seat is open, and it could be Paxton, who has been indicted like 3 times and impeached. Oh, good. But a Republican state house for being too corrupt for them, or like this amazing young Democratic candidate, Talarico, who believes children should have free lunch. And it's like 50-50. I just don't understand how people... where people's minds are when they vote, like, against everyone's, like, better interests. I don't quite understand. You know what I mean? I just don't get it. I don't get it, and I don't think I ever... Oh, that's nice. I don't think I ever will. Do we have a stereo? Yeah! Oh! Oh, surely that's us. Little record player in the... Oh, that's clipping with the wall. Or keys. I might be able to resize it though. Worst comes to worse. If in doubt... Oh no. If in doubt... Period. It's cute as hell. It's that meme of everyone gets a puppy and everyone gets instant diarrhea, with the results being 49. Yeah. No, don't be silly, JP. I think it's really important to talk about stuff like that, though. Please make sure, on that note, please make sure you're registered to vote. Voting is very important. Please do not throw your vote away, especially at a time like this. If you live in New Zealand, make sure you're enrolled to vote. Make sure your details are updated. We have an election coming up on the 7th of November, and it'd be really cool if we can vote our government out, because they suck. We have to get rid of Luxon. Fuck that guy. Fuck all three of them. If you don't know about New Zealand, we vote on like MMP, which is like it's based on like majority party votes. So in order to form a government, National, who is currently in government, and Luxon being the head of National and our Prime Minister Chris Luxon, had to form a coalition government with two minor parties to be able to form a government to have enough seats to have, you know, have like be a government. Words are hard.
A follow.
The other two parties absolutely fucking suck as well. All three of the men that lead these three parties all fucking suck. It's like a circus. And Chris Luxon, the Prime Minister, thank you for the follow, by the way. I see you. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Enroll to vote, yes! Our Prime Minister cannot control these other two dickheads. Please, for the love of Christ. And also, our deputy leader of the National Party, who's also our finance minister, also fucking sucks. They all fucking suck. They all suck. Yes. Wait, which one, Glix? Because there's been a few. If you live in the US, voting is not good enough. You have to volunteer and get out of your comfort zone. It's actually an emergency. Yup. Been looking on my partner's account, Optical. But I wanted to chime in and be like, yes, vote! Welcome. Are you from New Zealand? No docs or anything, so I assume you're from New Zealand. Hi. Welcome in. I love finding more New Zealand people. I wonder if something like this would be kind of. Whoa! What's happening? Here we go. No, I think we're fine. You work for regional government? Period. Please vote. Used to work in conservation for iwi, so vote. Yes. It's dire. And there's like a bit of like, how do I say this? Like the government that's currently in New Zealand is also trying to like pit culture wars. I don't know the right wording here. It's not good what they're doing. I don't know if culture was the right word, but it's not good. Ew. What crimes are cool and why is it tough? Yeah, also tax the rich. Going off what I read in a Facebook post from Sean Ackland. Oh, she did. Oh, I have not seen the Jack Tatum interview. Is this recent? I don't think unless it's an old one. It is! It is unique. At the state and local levels in the US, there are actually really good things happening in government. You've got to take the wins where you can as well. That's the other thing I've learnt. And again, like I say this as someone who's not living in America either. Like I'm quite lucky. But yeah. I don't know, it's pretty rough out there, isn't it? What can I put? Oh, the ghosts could be kind of cute in here. Maybe not. You know what? Maybe not. The cat. Oh, what else have we got down here? Run, squat, lift, burn, never give up. They're putting races against each other, yeah. It's horrendous. Oh, no! Thanks for hanging out. Like, please enjoy the rest of your day. If you have to get back to work, enjoy work. Hopefully it goes alright. Thanks for coming in and hanging out and dropping a follow. I appreciate it. What about this? This looks cool. It looks pretty slay, if you ask me. You know what? That looks kind of slay. Diva. Boots. The house down. Yes, God. Oh. What the hell? kind of cute. Although the only thing about this is it's starting to feel too low. I don't think I can make it tall. No, I can't make it tall. His nature is very unique. We have birds with very old DNA. Not found anywhere else. It's important we preserve it, but our government sucks. Our government does not give a shit about the environment, does not give a shit about climate change, does not give a shit about like native land that is protected. Our Prime Minister kind of loves Trump as well, which isn't also a good sign. Ugh. Like, he's very like, oh, I want to please daddy. Tennessee Red State just passed a law saying that if a company builds a data center, they have to be responsible for 100% of the cost of any building and utility costs and infrastructure to not pass it to residents. Obviously, it would have been... That should be the deal everywhere. That should be the deal for any data center anywhere ever. It's crazy how many data centers have popped up. I saw a TikTok, I think it was this week sometime anyway, and I can't tell you the account now, sorry. I see, you know, you see it on passing on your For You page, where they were, there was like, I can't even tell you the amount now, but the amount of data centers that have gone up within the last 6 months alone is scary as hell. Terrifying. It's a terrifying concept on the fact of like the climate and just the planet in general, and also just anyone who lives in the vicinity of those tons of data centers that I don't know, it's just actually insane. When's the next time New Zealand's going to waste tons of taxpayer money on changing the flag? Never. Don't get me started on the flag referendum. I think out of every New Zealand political thing that's ever been talked about in the stream, the flag referendum gets brought up the most. Mainly because I'm pressed we didn't go with Laser Kiwi. If I'm being completely honest, why the fuck we didn't have Laser Kiwi? Anyways, they were able to give a data center the boot in Oregon. It's literally the worst for nature and utilities and stuff. It's nuts. I remember that one video of that woman who was like, hey, Meta just built a data center near us and look at the water pressure, and it's just like dribbling out of the tap, and it also looks dirty. Like the water looks dirty. It's foul. They want to build one near me and people are like, you didn't even let us vote for it. You're just doing it. Try to stay optimistic because if that can pass in Tennessee, it can pass just about anyway. That is true. It's a good point. It's really upsetting because the city an hour south of me is getting taxed to high heavens to pay for the Google data center. People are enraged to the point they are trying to recall 3 out of the 5 council members because not a single council member is listening to their constituents. What is wrong with people? Like, I just don't understand. Like, we just need to burn it down. Just need to burn it down. The flag thing was so... Laser Kiwi was so funny. They pollute to high heavens. Most of the waters are mud brown. Yeah. Yeah. Like, legitimately, Laser Kiwi was peak New Zealand politics. I can't lie. Like, it's just... I can't believe... Oh, do you know what I've forgotten to add in here? Windows. I guess we were to do that. I love when people are like, drink it then, coward. Yeah, literally. Let's see you drink that filthy water. Nobody asked for AI, dude. Like, I'm so over it, dude. You have no idea. I'm over it. Like, you see it everywhere. It's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. I can't lie. Okay. The one thing about Janelle, when she builds houses in The Sims and stuff, is... Do you think I know what to do with windows ever? No. What about like a big long window here? That could be cool. Yeah, something like that. That could be neat. Sounds like the McDonald's CEO that didn't even try his own product. God fucking. What's wrong with people? What is, like, genuinely what is wrong with people? Like, to be fair, I don't blame you. McDonald's kind of sucks. Don't get me wrong. But, you know, I know so many other people whose companies force them to use it. Use it or you'll be left behind. Also, I see, so in New Zealand, there's a few Burger Kings now that have AI drive-thrus. And so you're literally, and oh, some of the videos I've seen, you're literally, you have to drive into you know, up to the speaker box, and then it's literally AI talking to you. And like half the time, like in some of these videos I've seen, like they get it so wrong and they can't summarize the order and they can't get the order right at all, and it's just such a waste of time. Not only is it wasting time, you've also just cut at least one person's job. At least, like, you're probably looking at, like, I don't know, 3 people probably lost their job for an AI drive-thru to go through into one restaurant. You know what I mean? Like, it's just fucking insane. Sorry, I just noticed that my keyboard is dying. It's running out of battery. It's flashing red at me. Hang on. There you go. Wendy's has that? That makes me sad. Like, yeah, it's not generative AI, but it's still taking people's jobs. Wendy's, that makes me sad because they have such fire social media. They have such fire social media. What has the world come to? My sister has a Wendy's that has one, and they were like, anything else, and she went 100 water cups, and the AI was like, sure thing, anything, and then it was cut off and the person was like, anything else. That's really funny. I love that. Oh my god, do you want to see the curtains in this game as well? Are you ready? Let's do what's this one look like? Oh, it's like separate ones. Okay. Let's do we want to do a blind in here? No, I think we'll do curtains. I think we'll do curtains. Let's just do this for argument's sake right now. Yeah. Okay, so line that bad boy up. Oh my god, what will I ever do with these curtains that are too short for my window frame? Oh, I guess I'll just do that. Oh, but maybe I want the curtain to go all the way to the ground. Okay, well then maybe I'll just do that. Are you fucking kidding me? But actually, I'm going to move them up a little bit. Nope. Oh no! Whoops. Man, I want to be able to like re-edit like the swatch I'm already on. But maybe you've just got infinite swatches. Me ordering lunch. Can I have a burger? Wendy's AI. You're absolutely right. What you've said is not just a burger order. It's a profound statement. You ordering a burger is showing your depth and strategic thinker. Would you like me to make a PowerPoint deck showing the key takeaways for your order? Ah, fuck it hell. She went back and she was like, I was gripping my car armrest trying to resist asking for 100 water cups again. That's crazy, dude, honestly. Hello? Yeah. I don't know what colour to do here. What about this yellow? Nah, that's probably going to be too much. Oh, wait, I know what to do. Maybe like the colour of this. Maybe like this colour. Let's see. I just want to have a look. Let's just see what this looks like. Or you can just keep going with the... Oh, I kind of like that. I know it's not very gothy, which is what she's all about right now, but... I kind of like that. Don't forget to tip out. No, it's more... I don't know if it's more just towards generative AI or not, but don't forget to tip a whole bottle of water out. Speaking of, I need to drink some water. Where's Metroid? I need to eat my beans. I forgot. Metroid, are you still here? Metroid! Let's see if he turns up. Let's see if he gets summoned out of lurk. He's probably playing Forza. I just completely forgot that I need to eat the beans. At least the AI I'm forced to use at work is localized and doesn't... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Roland's playing Forza? Metroid's not playing Forza though? Like, what is this? Fuck! Oh my god, Roland's playing Forza and not modding the stream? I'm firing his ass now. I'm obviously joking. Please do not take that literally. I swear to god. This is cute. Are you kidding me? Okay, so... UHD! Hello? He's also bald! No way! Oh my god. Like, maybe... I like this. I like this, chat. You kidding me? I want to live just in here. Look at this. This is cozy as fuck. Do I want to put any other clutter on there? Probably not. I am sad I can't put cushions on each chair. Anyways, how's the rest of this floor pan gonna... I reckon it's gonna be like... kitchen into dining into living into bedroom bathroom. Make it like a one bedroom giant fucking... I don't know. I think I want to do like kitchen here. You have an early morning tomorrow. You must disintegrate. Good night, LT. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Sleep well, sleep sweet, and all that. See you another day. Good night. I had to have a long convo with my parents about using ChatGPT. Do not get me started on the AI thing. I was like, if you're going to destroy the environment and be as lazy as fucking possible doing it, at least use Claude. I can use Shift to raise stuff onto wait, let me test that. Mash's Nana is obsessed with AI and it makes me so upset. Like generative AI. And then she'll like send like invitations like on social media. Oh my god! And then she'll send like... She'll send like, you know, like if, you know, there's like a birthday on or like a dinner or something. She'll send like AI pictures along with saying, hey, we've got a dinner XYZ. Or the other day we went around and she'd had a whole bunch of photos developed, like printed out, like physical photos. And then we looked through them and they were all edited with AI. They were all photos of the family, different pictures, and they were all edited with AI and then printed out. And I wanted to die. And I don't know, like, how to... Like, I've kind of gently said, oh, like, I don't like AI, like, it destroys the planet, but I don't know how to get, like... I don't know how to be more, like, firm about it without looking like an absolute bitch, but it's also like, dude, you're literally destroying the planet. Like, please stop. Please fucking stop. So glad my parents can barely use a computer, yeah. Called me furious that Southwest Airlines was going to start weighting passengers in their suitcase and charging them by the pound to get on the plane and to save fuel, and I was like, this is so obviously not true. It is AI. Christ, on a bike, dude. That's nuts. That's nuts. Anyways, I don't know what cushions to put here, but I'm excited. Maybe I'll just do the...
A follow.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Remember when parents used to post those? I don't consent to Meta using my photos and data. Yes! Literally, fucking... What is it? When you, and that's the other thing, like, she puts all of our photos into AI, and there's photos of us, and I'm like, I don't really want you giving my image to these AI companies, please. Have you heard about the de-googling movement? Is this about the movement where you don't Google things because of the AI? What's the tea on that? I haven't heard, like, the actual the name, the de-googling movement, so. The yellow is actually quite nice. What about, like, a little ducky pillow? Oh, this one's nice. And the fucking body pillow is taking me out, dude. Holy. It's cute as hell. It's like getting yourself out of the Google ecosystem entirely. Gmail, Google Maps, Google Drive. Finding safe, free, open source alternatives that are more ethical and don't steal your data. I had not heard of that. I have not. That's interesting. That's interesting. Look, it is interesting, and I really want to, what's the word? I really want to believe that getting off Google is like a pipe dream, but they have such a monopoly on so many things. That's the problem. And like you have to use Google for work anyway. It's so frustrating. But I'd be curious to know how possible it is. I haven't looked into it. I just kind of thought, ugh, Google has like the monopoly, whatever. This is cute. I want to live here. Oh my god. Oh my god, I love this. I love this chat. Are you kidding me? How long has it taken me to work on one entryway? By the way, can I just ask that real quick? This is the thing in what Templar was talking about, where I will stream for 8 hours if it kills me. No, but like I didn't play this for 2 hours. I was playing another character beforehand. Okay. Definitely getting that 6 hours straight. Hey, look, I want to get my, not to be greasy or anything, but I would like to get my average up. Because we've got 2 streams left. And then it's on to for the month. I mean, for partner push. So I'm coping. I'm coping. Alright, let's do the kitchen in here, I reckon. And I think I want to just completely tile this. Do like a, let's see. Oh no, I've got to move away from the green now. I think the green entryway is nice. I think we need to do, Ooh, what about like an earthy toned, house? Find the word. We're getting there. Bro, where's Metroid? I need to eat my beans. Also, I don't have anything, like, and I will go until I'm tired, which, you know, is probably like another 20 minutes. That's a lie. I will go until I'm tired today because I don't really have, like, anything too much to do. I'm caught up on a lot of both my personal work and work. So I can probably go for a bit longer until I'm kind of like, I need to get the hell off the computer. So, a 6-hour stream is imminent. I actually could go for 6 hours looking at the time. I'm like, I could stream another 3 hours. We'll see how we go first. But I just love building and decorating. Like, I want to get into like an already pre-built house and do some like changes as well. I love doing stuff like that on The Sims. So I want to do it on here and see how good it goes. I don't know if I want to do like maybe this, and then I'm just for the sake of just keeping things kosher until I've finished. I'm just gonna do this so I don't have to look at. It's just a bit nicer on the eyes. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh. I should, if I am gonna stream a bit longer than normal, I do need to actually get up and have a walk around. Hey, look, at some point I'll need to go piss, girl. It's fine. What about if I did something like a lighter, like a light, like this? What about that? Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. I think I can do like a separator tool. This, see this? I can do this. So you can, if you're like, oh, but I don't want it to be tiled the whole way, you can do this, I'm pretty sure. Oops. That's your separator. And then, I'm pretty sure, there you go. See? Look at that. How cool is that? Because I think I don't need it to be that. I don't need it to be that wide, I don't think. Let's have a look. Let's see what the vibe is. Let's see what the vibe is. Oh, just wait. You guys are gonna shit yourselves when you see the counter system. I think I showed you a little bit in that little apartment we were in, but oh my god, you're about to piss tears. Got that one from Parks and Rec the other night. I wonder if I want like a dark wood, like this. This could be nice. And oh, Metroid! Do you want me to eat your beans? I like to not shit my pants. I said you're about to piss tears, not shit your pants. Did I say you're gonna shit your pants? I don't remember saying that. I don't remember saying it, therefore it didn't happen. What about like a cabinet? Yeah, okay. I'll go get the beans. But I need you to see like the kind of shit we can make here. Fridge. 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 Without the E. Man, like, the thing is, right, when you'd go into cabinetry in The Sims, you couldn't just have everything of the same colour. I'm not losing it! I'm having a nice time, actually, I'll have you know. I was just closing the catio because the temperature's actually dropped outside. Okay, so if you weren't here earlier, like at the start of stream, I was saying that Tiltify, shocker, Tiltify didn't show the correct amount that I had raised, and there was a glitch in the system where they took $50 off my total because they had some issue with PayPal or something. So I actually didn't raise $5,000. I raised $4,950 at the end of stream. Yep, JP, yep. Saying what we're all feeling. But Metroid just topped up the thing, the what do you call it? I'm losing it. I am losing it. You know what? Amber might be right. I am losing it. He topped up the amount raised, so I said I'd eat a can of beans for him because we've still got some left over. I unfortunately have no candies left because I threw them out because they're all cursed. The minute I ended the St. Jude stream, they all went in the bin. I was like, oh, get these bean boozles out of here. I'm not chugging it, Robo. Hi, how are you? Robo, have you played Paralives? Have you played Paralives? Also, how's it being bald? Robo raised $10,000 and shaved his hair off for St. Jude. This game's so charming. It's so good. Like, so intuitive and all the customizations of. Go follow Robo. Robo's funny. Robo's also bald. Go follow Robo. He's bald. The end. But yeah, I raised that 5k. Really sus. Really sus, eh? Anyways. Thank you, Metroid. Very kind. I wish I did have zombie bombs left over, but I would have raided the bin for the bean boozles because they were covered in their box, but the rubbish bag from our bin had already gone into the wheelie bin, and the wheelie bin was collected yesterday. So, unfortunately, I could not even rescue the bean boozles for you. But we have the next best thing, which is another can of beans, which I thought I was over eating them, but here we are. The beans continue to haunt me to this day. So, here's. I threw out everything. As wasteful as it was, I was like, I'm not going to eat these before they go bad, so I threw them all out. Because Mash likes beans. The baked beans. That's why they didn't get thrown out. No, you do. You definitely have to check. Now look at watch this chat. I actually... Can I make that like slightly... Yes! Yes! I love this video game. Are you joking me? Look at this. Like, again, just living life so incredibly wrong up until this moment. I could actually, you know what I could do, because I don't really like having an oven. I don't really like having an oven next to a fridge. I could do that. Hello? Oh, actually, let's do like an end cupboard. Oh, let's do a drawer with an end cupboard. Let's do that. I'm not addicted. I can quit anytime. Shut the fuck up. Brogan also likes beans, but so does Mash, so it's fine. Oopsies. Oh. Oh, maybe I don't. You know what? Maybe I do want them. Sorry, I take it back. I tell you why. I'll tell you why in a second. This is kind of messed up, but... Okay. Good night, Sarah. Sleep well. I love you. I have a para good time. Para good time. The more I play Paralives, the more I para more like it. The more. Wait, did I say the more I para more? I'm ending it. And in Fortnite, I'm jumping off a cliff in Minecraft. Still waiting for Codex to come around and eat, but yeah, true. He literally said that, and then I didn't see when you needed the avatar most, he was gone. That sort of thing. God, they still suck. The more I play Paralives, the more I like it, is what I meant to say. It's okay, we got there. We got there. Oh, that's not what I want. Whoopsies. Oopsies. I actually just want to put an oven down. Surely a... Yeah. Oh. Oh. Maybe I want to do... No, I want white. I want white, I think. Oh. Well... Okay. I'll just do this. That's being weird. Hope you have a good sleep, Sarah. I love you. We got there. In the end, we got there. It's fine. Hello? I just love all the, like, different stuff you can do here. That's neat. Here's the drawers. There we go. No! No! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? There we go. And then... chuck this bad boy in. Washer. I've noticed the washing machine's a bit funny. The dishwasher's a bit funny going in as well, but it's not so bad. And then we need a sink. I like this one. Hello? Hello? Thank you. Right, let's put this up a little bit. Look at that. Amazing. And then... like this. This is cute. This is cute. This is cute. I could have made this wider, I think. Oh, you can make it wider. That's fun. I'm probably going to run out of room though if I make that too much wider. I like doing as well as getting something like this. I always love having like a window, like, even if it's like, hang on. Right. I love having like a window over the sink, but also smaller. Oopsies. Look at that! I think it looks really nice. I might change the cabinetry colours if I'm being completely honest, but that's alright. a bin in this trying time. Okay. And then I could do an island, I guess. Yeah, maybe I will change that. I don't know if I'm really vibing with the wood grain. I just had a thought, if Avery had done Play Live this year, I could have said see what she has and do it next stream. Where? I just had a thought, if Avery had done Play Live this year, I could have just said see what she has and do it next. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, take like what, like if she has been boozled and stuff. Unfortunately, her bean boozled got consumed in 2 $500 donations. Oh, I don't like that either. Okay. Oh, what about like, oh, hang on. Now let me cook here. Oh, hang on. The fact that you don't have to change every color, because it's already just, apart from this, it's already like done for you is kind of insane. Oh, that's kind of cute. Good night, JP! You go, yes, please go decompress. Please have the best sleep ever. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. Sleep well. See you when I see you next. I've got sauce on me. I did get sauce on me. Yeah. I love this. It's kind of cute. And what if I just did... It's gonna look weird. Let me see. It's gonna look weird. It's a... Yeah, okay. Okay. I don't really like the... Can I change, like, the island shape? No, I can't. Interesting. I don't like the... that you can't round the edges, if that makes sense. It's fine. And I literally said before, I was like, Metroid's gonna be playing Forza or something when we were trying to summon you earlier. That guy's gonna be playing Forza, surely. I like this one. Oh god, okay. You know what? Close enough. Close enough. It's fine. That's cute. I like that. Classic. Between you and Roland, and Dylan, to be fair, you're all keeping the Forza community alive. Not that it's dead, because it just came making it sound like the community's dead, like it's an old game, but actually it literally came out like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. It's really funny. Wow. Oh my god. Now, that's a bit shit, isn't it? Miso! Mingo! Mingo! Hi, darling. Do you want to come say hi? Yeah? Come on. Come on. Yep. Up. How are you doing? Oh. Kitten. Kitten. I have a kitten. Oh. Have you been having a sleep? It looks like you have. Oh boy. Oh boy. You okay? Oh, he's like, I don't want to be here. Oh! Oh! His claws are like literal needles. Oh my god. Hi Marissa! How you doing? Welcome in. You're such a baby. Most of my gaming time the past 2 months have been RuneScape and the odd Overwatch session here and there. Do you remember how like we all downloaded Overwatch? Because there was like a little bit of a renaissance and then none of us played. Oh, we played like once. I don't even think you played, Glux. But like Templar, Roland, Evan and I played like once. Copium. I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing really good. I'm really enjoying this game. I don't know if you've played it or you're gonna get it or, but oh, this game is neat. It's a neat game. Another flower or something? Ah. Best hot dog in town. Oh, I can make this Roland's house. You've watched it? It's so good. It's really good. What am I gonna do here? Oh, the ducks. Oh my god, stop. Wait, I want to change it to the ducks. Oh! It is the most Becca coded ass shit I've ever seen. They also could potentially be geese as well, but... What's turned it? I just remembered, like, we've got this, like, goth baddie outside. Well, she's in her pajamas for some reason. But anyways, got this goth baddie outside and we've made... Hey, look. You know what? Break the cliche. Break the cliche, you know? I like it. You know what? I like it. I reckon we should have a sliding door out to like another, or even just to outside. We could do like another deck out that way. Does this look better if I do this? Like genuinely? Maybe it does. I don't know. Maybe it does. I think it does. Okay. Okay. Great. But it doesn't make... I don't know. Are the stairs working yet? Should we find out? Save quickly. I could save and quit and see, because I'm pretty sure if you save and quit, sometimes it can fix silly things like this that's going on. Shall I try that? Let's try that. Oh, whoops. I can't currently... Oh my god. Get it out of my hand. Okay, there we go. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's find out. Let's find out. So sad that I have to eat beans. There's a temporary game mode in RuneScape that's finishing next week, so I haven't really played much else. I need to get into... Well, I'm getting into this new game, but I need to get into some story games that I need to get through as well. Obviously, I also need to bring Final Fantasy into rotation. Another thing I need to do, so... I I'm eating baked beans cold from a tin. Please don't judge me. It's for charity. It's for charity. We finished our St. Jude campaign, and then Tildify told me that there was like a $50 discrepancy where they had like a PayPal issue. Anyways, what we thought we raised was $50 less than what we did raise. And then Metroid, one of my community members, topped it back up to $5,000. And shut up, Amber. Shush. And then I said, well, I do have, because I hate baked beans, especially cold out of a tin. I said, I do actually have some baked beans left over if you would like me to eat one. And of course, Metroid jumped at the opportunity to to have me suffer. And here we are. That's why I'm eating baked beans cold from a tin. The end. The end. Oh, it didn't fix it. It didn't fix it. Interesting. I don't know how to fix this. I think it's just the stairs are being funky. Like, they were literally working right... Oh! Uh-oh. They were literally working, like, right when we first started this house, so I don't know what's going on. It is for a good cause, exactly. I still remember my first stream here. You were eating beans from the tin. And you said you needed a water bottle, so I said you could just use the tin. I met Jasteria in person once, and she just had a big bag with her full of cans of beans. This is slander of the highest order, and I won't tolerate it. I actually hate that your first stream was me eating beans. I hope it wasn't like the bean stream with Brogan where we had a bean race to see who could eat the most beans in like 2 minutes, and Brogan did like 3 tins, and I was still not done one. You're playing Just Dance? Oh, okay, that's not so bad. I even have a bean command. I don't believe you. I actually did at one point, way back in the day. I did actually have a beans one, I'm pretty sure, didn't I, Glix? Where we quote, it was the quote from Life is Strange, where he was like, I was eating those beans! And it was a command, like a... I think we had that at one point. Janelle wearing a trench coat and she opens it to a variety of beans. Frank! It was literally a Frank quote from Life is Strange, because back when I first started streaming, one of the first kind of, especially story games that I played on stream was Life is Strange. The first one. Are you insane? I was eating those beans! I can't do it, obviously. You've all heard me in my American accent. You know what to expect by now. Anyways. I'm gonna do this. But I'm gonna do it like vertical. I think that'll be kind of neat. Maybe I want thinner, like that, and then like be like, hello. Let me slip into something more comfortable. Shut up. Most of the commands are lost to time because you move on. You move on from the beans. You move on from Frank from Life is Strange. You just move on. Hey, is it Gen or Gen? Genjutsu? I'm gonna say it's Genjutsu, judging by the rest of the name. Hello, welcome in. Oh. I love the LGBT. Happy Pride. Don't forget to share the stream with your Tinder hookups. No, sorry, your Grindr hookups. Happy Pride. I am trying to hit partners, so if you want to share my channel with your Grindr hookups, please do so. I think we've moved on from the BG. Ariel, don't you start. The B in LGBT is for beans. Yet again, the bisexual erasure. It's what we deal with every day of the week. What's new? What's fucking new? Yeah, hitting partner by sharing with your partner. Primarily your grinder partners, if possible. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, not the bi erasure. It happens all the fucking time. Look, it's what we're used to. The bloody erasure of it all. I swear to God. I kind of want to center those windows. Oh, I don't know. Is it weird to have a window right there? Probably, because it's encroaching on like this little pantry space we have. I should have made that slightly wider. It feels too narrow, but I also feel like it's going to start encroaching on the entryway, which I don't want. Yeah, the reason why, okay, the reason I'm doing this is because I really want to like center. Where'd my wall go? Okay, okay, that's fine. You treat yourself. Whatever you want, game. Whatever you want. I like it. I like it. I know. I know. Do you want to live here, Robo? You live here? Tell me you wouldn't want to live here. Look at this entryway. Are you kidding me? This serves. Look at this. Are you joking? The music is so Pixar and yeah, no, you know what? I get it. I kind of hear it. I hear it. I'm almost wondering if I want to make, I'm kind of wanting to make this like a dark brown now, these frames and everything. I think. I don't know. Oh. This design is to make the beans more accessible as she comes home. This isn't me, by the way. I just want to put this out. This is not me. I know the duck paintings is it. No, have you seen the third one? Hang on, I'll show you. Look at this. Look at this one. Look at this one. Hello. Oh my god. Hello. Why the fuck is it not working? There we go. There we go. Period. That is tea. Love them. Love them. A green and dark brown. I'm saying we're doing like an earthy tone and I like it. Look at this. The earth tones are earthing. It's so cool, right? I didn't like, y'all weren't here earlier, but I did put this in my toilet above, like in my bathroom above the toilet last night. You just weren't there to see it. I miss autumn. Oh, we've just gone out of autumn. We're technically winter now. I want to do a floor plan. Yes, that is totally in the game. This was in the base game. There's also this like insane picture of a Hatsune Miku taking a shit. Just in the base game. No idea why. I don't know why. If someone can let me know, that'd be great. Anyways, I don't want that on my wall. The devs are crazy for the Alia. Not the Alia. The devs are deving. The devs are, you know what I feel like would look kind of cute? Here's a little plant. As someone who likes a plant. Oh, what about this one? Oh, stop. Hang on. Hang on. Just hear me out. Hear me out. I'm cooking! Look out, I'm cooking. Give those ducks some greenery. If I can't give them peas, I've got to give them something else. Cooking. I'm not cooking beans. They're cold. So anyways, dining table. Dining table, I think. Now, I think what I'm going to do is like a dining area like not far off from the island, and then I'm going to do like a kind of like a day lounge, no TV, and then I'm going to do more of like a TV room back here somewhere. I just kind of haven't figured out the rest of my floor plan yet. She loves them too much to wait for them to be gone. All the slander. I'm quitting streaming tomorrow. I'm done. I'm done. I can't have this anymore. Have y'all seen? Okay, well the people who just y'all are in timeout. Yeah, the people who just came in before. Have you seen this though? Oh, I don't want a 2-seater couch. I want a 3-seater. What will I do? I guess I'll just do this. Oh, maybe I want a 4-seater or a 5-seater. That's probably fine. Let's use that. It's like partner push cancelled. Partner push cancelled. It's Drover. It's Drover. It can be. It's me. Oh, you're back. You gonna say hi again? Say hi. Hello. Wait. 150. Should we see how far the couches go? He's like, please leave me alone. He does not want to be in tiny. He's quite large now. He is a little baby, to be fair. He's my little baby. You cuck Lamoja couch just dropped. Okay. Get rid of this tree. Oh, it really does just keep going. Oh, this seems to be okay. We've found the limit, but oh my god, the game's like freaking out. The game's freaking out. Oh, let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's no, we can keep going. Look at that. Just keep on going. Through the farmyard. Yeah, alright. That's crazy. Items must stay within you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, we've made a pretty decently sized cedar couch. I'll take it. Do we think we can get that inside? Okay, wow. Okay. It looks ridiculous. Can you curve it like the... Oh my god, can you imagine? I don't think you can. No, you can't. Yeah, be this fucking thing. I saw this on Avery's stream and was like, this is so horrific. I'm gonna change the... So horrific. Perfect. Well, you could... I wonder if I could do this. Hang on, let's find out if it connects. Oh, honey! Honey! This game rocks! I love it so much. Okay, can I do that with a couch though? Let's see. Hacks upon hacks, honestly. Oh wait, and then if I do this. It looks a little bit funny, but oh! Oh! Game of the year. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. It's doable. 10 out of 10. The Sims could never. Actually, The Sims could in Sims 2. The Sims did that in The Sims 2. Credit where it's due, but not the 4th. Not the 4th. I am shook to my core. I love that. Game of the year. Game of the year. Okay, I'm gonna do a sliding door. I love. What is this? Oh, that's. What is this? Patio doors. Wait, what's the difference? Oh, it's a closet door. I see. That's kind of cute. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that. I'm tempted to make these all white. Just because of the skirting I've got going on. I do wonder if it's better if it's white. Or is it too much? Oh no, that looks alright. I just don't think it kind of fits with the earth tones, that's all. Oh, that's not the right. Oh, that's not. Oh, that's not. Oh, can I not change the wood grain? Oh, I can change the wood grain! No, I can't. Okay, well. I don't know about that. Oopsies. Put that back. Oh, no. Got the right. That's probably that, right? There's like a way to check. There we go. Hi, Wolf! How's it going? Sims 2 was so good. It was the best Sims. You can't convince me otherwise. They did and made it part of a stuff pack. Can you do the same with the tiger couch? Sure. Honey, this is gonna be cursed as hell. Okay, this is as small as it goes. I'm so stressed about this. I mean, kind of. But it's a little bit cursed. Out here snacking on beaver's tails? I know how it sounds. Just let me tell you. I'm waiting. But it's a long tiger. It's quite nice, isn't it? Horrific! Horrific! They were stretched out to look like a beaver's tail, hence. Oh my god, I thought you were eating like actual beaver tails, and I was like, please don't do that. Look, I'm not gonna tell you how to live your life, but please don't do that. Please don't do that. Oh, this looks cute. This could almost be the same. Yeah, neat. Okay, I want to get it like kind of centered. That's the center of the room, is it? Yep, okay. Center of the kitchen. Maybe I do want it there. Or, hear me out. What about like over here somewhere? This could be kind of nice. Look, I'm weird, but I'm not a freak. Me to me. Me to me all the time. There's like a Wizard of Barge post that came up the other day. I was like, me? How your email finds me. What is it? Let me see. Is it like, I feel like it's something like, I'm not. It's something like, I may be dumb. No, I may be stupid, but I am also dumb. I may be stupid, but I'm also dumb. And I'm like, psh, period. I felt so sane in that moment, you know? Me for real. And that's on God, you know? And that's on period.
A raid.
Oh, Ghoulie! Hi, Ghoulie. How are you? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We're losing it a bit in here. If you're new here, my name's Jasteria. Hi, Alpaca. Hello, UHD again. We're trying to hit... Don't look at the beans. We're trying to hit partner this year. So if you'd like to hang out with us, we'd love to have you. If you can't stick around after the raid, consider following and coming back and see you guys another day. Thank you so much. Losing our minds finding beans. How was your stream? Everyone go follow my wife, gamer girlfriend. Please go follow her immediately. Love her. Plays a lot of horror, indie horror, retro horror. Tomodachi Life. Just Dance was on rotation last month. Mind you, I did see that. Don't think I didn't see that. You should go follow gamer girlfriend, or I'll hire an Etsy witch to put a curse on you. Never again? You know what? That's fair. You know what? That's fair. How was your stream? What were you playing? The Victor Initiative. What's that? Streamers go checked out a buddy of ours in New York. Fun! Was it good? Was it good? Did you poop your pants? Did you poop your pants and all that? Maybe this one? Oh, it's like slightly... It's okay, because what I can do... Oh, I could just have like one color. That's right, yeah. We're playing Paralives today, and I am living my best life. Is that the same? Wait a minute. Did that not work? What is the same wood okay. Good. If you know what Paralives is, it's like a new kind of think the Sims. Think the Sims. And then keep on thinking. Because it's better than the Sims, in my opinion. I hear there's an Alan Wake mod for Paralives that turns the narrator into Alan Wake. Really? Well, hop on! I really hope... Can you put cushions on the dining chairs? I really hope that, like, multiplayer or something comes to this at some point, you know what I mean? Hi, Gothams! How you doing? Welcome back! I hope work was okay. Or if you're still working, I hope it... Oh! Like, maybe not that cushion, but cute, right? What am I gonna do with this? I need to do something with this. I need a custom body pillow so bad. Like, I want them to exist so bad. I want to play more with the modding in game. I want to make this game unhinged. Same. You know what? Same. Especially if I'm going to play with, like, actual powers, which I don't normally do. Like, in The Sims, I just do this, for the most part, these days. I just love building and decorating. I live for it, you know? What pillow? I'm like, maybe this? Oh, hear me out. Now, hang on. Hear me out for a second, chat. This could look shit hot. Maybe not. I think, actually, I tell you something else. The other thing I think you can do, can't you turn on, like, advanced... I feel like there's a way to turn on advanced, like, rotate or something. But I don't know how, but you can turn on something where you can get, like, cracked on it. Big titty Gandalf body pillow? I don't know what you are talking about. What is that? Never heard of her. Goldie, how much? If I paid for the tattoo, or how much? How much for you to get a tattoo of Big Titty Gander? And it doesn't have to be like massive or anything. Like it doesn't have to be like a huge back piece or anything. Good night, Roland. Sleep well. Thank you for the look. I appreciate it. Sleep well. Sleep sweet. May you dream of having hair. If you pay for it, you're no shot you'd get it. That's so funny. That's so funny. Now, how do I do advanced? I've literally watched someone do like an advanced rotate where it comes up with this big like circular diagram and you can rotate it like. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? It might be a cheat. Oh. Ugh. Advanced rotate. Advanced rotation. Paralives. Let's find out. Advanced object placement tool. It's the star button on your number pad. Wait, what? Give me that. Liza Minnelli. Oh, hang on. I think we found it. There it is. New subathon goal, Big Titty Cat Up Tattoo. Oh, so how do you... That's that. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. There we go. Okay. Whatever. Oh, it doesn't go upwards though because, okay. I see. Okay. So when you press shift, it only goes the way it's like facing. So it's kind of a... Interesting. Okay. That's good to know. Well, there you go. There's your advanced tool. If you're wondering where it is. There you go. The gimbal. Okay, well, what about a nice rug under here? What about like an angled rug? That looks stupid. That looks silly. Oh, that's horrific. Bye. Genuinely good to know though, because we might need it. 100%. About like if I... It really does love to angle the fucking rugs, doesn't it? What if... Why can't I see it? Oh, that's so annoying. They. Okay. That's kind of cute. I just don't like this. There we go. I don't know. There might be too much brown over there. What about like... Maybe we'll do something here. This is cute. Do you have like... Are there like tablecloths or anything? What's the tea? Well, no, I'm not really a big tablecloth fan myself. Or like placemats. I guess you could make placemats with these, to be fair. Like, you could... Yeah. I was like, I assume you could probably literally do something like this and then, like, scale it down. Oh, that's such a good idea! Stop! Placemats! That's so cool! You could literally do that with any old rug. Like, even this. Not that colour. Oh, is that as small as it goes? Okay, well. Cool. Where are the stripes coming from? Hello? I'm gonna scream. Does anyone know if you can delete swatches once you've done? See, like I've got 2 of the same. You know what I mean? Now I've got to create a new one. There we go. There we go. I mean, that's probably fine. Oh. Is that as small as it? Oh, that's as small. So it is like I have to... I have to use one of these ones, but I think... Okay, interesting. Oh, what about... Hang on. What about something like this? It's not really a placemat, is it? But it's kind of cute though. Okay, well, whatever. You know what? That's fine. Right, where the hell? Only problem of getting the only downside to having free reign of things is like the more chance you have to like mess things up and like not have even thing, you know, like the lights. When you put lights in the house, it's like, oh goddamn. Close, really, isn't it? I think I could probably move these slightly more. Yeah. Yeah. Neat. I like that. I like that. And then, I guess...
A cheer.
Oh wait guys, Ragnar is here to say hello. Let me put him on the mic. Meow. 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 I'm in the back rooms with Kumo, help us. Meow. 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 Meow.
I was trying to find Cat Jam and then I was too late. Meow. Hey, 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 love this song. How do I want to do this? I reckon I want to do a... Thank you for the 10 bits, by the way, cool. I think what I... Oh, I didn't cover that. There we go. What I want to do, I think what I want to do is this into another living area. And then have like a day, kind of like a day room moment. I don't know, like a, you know what I mean, right?
A cheer.
Meow 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 meow. 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 Meow.
Love this song. I love this song. All right. I do quite like this. Is that an inflatable? What the fuck is this? Not the cactus couch. Would you rather meow or boots and cats? Oh, it's kind of like would you rather squee or XD, you know? It's a conundrum. It's a conundrum for the ages. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. You know what I could do? This is where I could use the the modular furniture. TBH. Now, hear me out. Hear me out. Oh, okay. Well, good. Good. Ooh, maybe something like this. Can I help you? Did that get picked up on mic? Did you hear that? Can I help you? What's going on? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong, babe? He hates me. He hates me. I don't want books yet. I think what I want to do is this, first of all.
A raid.
Brittany! Hey! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Colonel! Hi, Paxton! Hi, Autumn! Hi, everyone! Oh, how is Resident Evil 2? What are you doing in Resident Evil 2? I hope you're having a great time with it. Welcome in, Raiders. If you're new here, my name's Jasteria. Don't look at the beads. If you're new here, I play a lot of variety. I'm currently playing through Paralives for the first time on stream. I mean, I've played a little bit of this off stream, but I'm really liking it. Stop it, Robo. Please go follow Brittany if you're not already. Love that diva. She's an angel sent from the heavens. Please go check her out. She plays a lot of Just Dance and variety. Okay. I think it's broken. That's good. We are trying to hit partner this year, so if you want to hang out with us, we'd love to have you, whether that's lurking or hanging out. I'm not going to press you to do either. Please go follow Gwit, but plays a lot of variety, plays a lot of horror games, like Phasmo and Resident Evil, plays Just Dance, plays cozy games as well. Please go follow her if you're not already. Hey, happy Monday, Jay! Welcome in! Hello! Yeah. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sharing your community with me, boy. I hope you had a good stream. If you need to raid and run as well, obviously go nuts. I know it's very late. No refunds. You break it, you buy it. I don't know if can I replay it? I don't think I can. Do I want it replayed? Probably not. No, it's. I think she was like, I ain't reading all of that. She was like, no. Have you played any Paralives, Bwit, before you go? It's so good. So good. Oh, maybe this. I like this. It's so good. You have no idea. You have no idea. I can't handle how good it truly is. It's unreal. It is truly insane how unreal it is. Oh, that's a floor plant. Hang on. It's so good. So good. You got a key! Let's go. Let's go. Just the fact that you can go like this. Hey, book. I want to put some books on a shelf. And then you just go like, oh, okay. Yoink. 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 It's actually not this is too even for me. What do we got? This. Yoink. I'm gonna move these over a bit.
A cheer.
Boots and cats and 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 boots and cats.
Okay. Good. Good. It is kind of a bop, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a bop. You know what I mean? Surely I can have something large here. Like this. Look at this. Yes! Look at this! Oh, it's kind of a bit too big. That's what she said. There we go. This is cute as hell! We have spent quite a lot of time on this house. Hey, so is the last time I tabbed back this was happening? Am I in a time loop? Hey, new school. Oh my god.
Beans and cats and 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 beans.
Speaking of beans, I need to finish these. I'm so upset. Insane behavior, I'll have you know. Insane behavior. I'm gonna put this right on that. There we go. What am I gonna put here? What am I gonna put here? Right. Played a whole new game, finished said game, and tab back to Boots and Cats again.
A cheer.
Twitch chat allows 420 characters and there's 109,384 different characters that exist. So there's a total of 2.294 times 10 to the power of 2,116 possible chat messages that can exist. But you chose to spam that one. Good for fucking you.
Girl! I don't know what you want from me. Oh, what about a little— wait, hear me out. Hear me out. Oh, this looks a bit stupid, actually. No, sorry.
A cheer.
If you were on a plane of pee, the guy has completely broken arms and hands.
We've descended into madness.
Arms and hands and arms and hands and arms and hands and arms and hands. Will you just spoiled pampered princess, 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 and not help him?
What about a coffee table? Could be nice here. No. 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 Hold on. It was a good one I saw in a stream the other day. Alright, hit us with it. Hit us with it. And then we got flung right into a Tampax ad. Let's go. Let's go. I'm just trying to think how I want the rest of this floor plan to look, because I'm kind of moving room by room, which may not be the best plan, but look.
A cheer.
Fish not 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 fish
She
not
keeps
fish
speeding
not
up
fish
and then
not fish
slowing
not fish
down.
not
What is
fish not
this?
fish not 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 fish not.
Oh my god. Fish what? What? So anyways. Fish nut, fish nut, fish nut, fish nut, fish nut. And then what if we bring this color back in somewhere? Maybe like we wanna...
A cheer.
Okay.
Yeah, damn. Rolling on the floor laughing
damn.
emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing 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 emoji. Wait, are you trying to riz me up? Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
You trying to riz me
Rolling on
up?
the floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. That's so Sigma of you. Rolling on the floor
That's
laughing
so
emoji.
Sigma
Rolling
of
on the
you.
floor
I
laughing
hate that.
emoji. Rolling on the floor
I
laughing
hate that.
emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing 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 emoji. You're such a little Sigma skibidi rizzlet. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. 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 Look
Okay.
at that yacht. She has got yacht. LOL. Rolling on the floor
LOL.
laughing emoji.
LOL,
Rolling on
she's
the
got
floor
yacht.
laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Wow. That was something. There is a method to my madness, I promise. As to what I'm doing here. I'm doing like a little, like, study, like, cubicle moment. Like a little moment, you know? Like a little study moment. Whoa, what happened here? That's right. Oopsies. Oh, good night, Evan! Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Is that now right? I think that's right. Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. Perfect. Perfect. And then we've got a TV room. Which I may have messed up here a little bit, I think. We'll see.
A cheer.
Have you ever had a bird when you gay birds that you You want to gay. And you wish you could bird so much you could gay anything?
No. Tell me more. Tell me more. I need to know. Oh, my grid thing's off. There we go. Did that fix that a little bit? Oh, I kind of like this, actually. I kind of like this. I want to gay everything. Happy Pride! Now, hi Jeff! How you doing? Sorry I missed you. Streaking for 7. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love that. Sorry, I missed you completely because there was, as you could tell, maybe some nonsense going on in chat, which has never happened before. That never happens at twitch.tv/Jasteria. Ever. Hello. I want to put the door... I want to put the door... Which door do I want, first of all? Maybe this one. Do I want to put that this way? I'm gonna do like a little study nook there. Don't worry, I'll stop being cursed, please. Yeah, yes, please. Yes, please, if that's okay. Thank you. What about like an angled... Now, here's where I might run into strife. Unless I do something like that a bit closer to here, maybe?
A follow.
Thank you for the follow! I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know what to do with the space. I don't know. Yeah. It's just a big black. I think what I wanted, maybe I want to do like a buffet table with like a mirror over the top of
A
it.
follow.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Maybe I want to do a buffet table. A buffet table, mind you. Here with like a mirror over the top of it. I think maybe. Where the hell did I grab this thing from? What is this called? Consoles and TV stands. Okay, great. Make it one big ear, one big. Hey, look. It's kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of fun. I just don't know how I'm gonna do my TV room, unless I move that back over to that side. This is my bathroom. This is my bathroom. Bookcase could be good. Thank you, Flory. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You can put the table in under the arch. Oh, like that. Yeah. Like you talk. Are you saying like right in the middle? Are you talking like right here? I love it and hate it, but I love it. What would be really good here is like a sliding door, like one of those sliding like. I guess, I mean, you know, like they separate the room doors. Maybe not there. Maybe not there, but hey, it could have been good, alright?
A cheer.
Okay.
Crazy?
Okay.
I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A
They
rubber
might
room with
jump over
rats.
there. Let's
And
find out.
rats make me crazy. Crazy?
This is what I was
I
looking
was
for.
crazy once.
What about like this?
They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats.
What the
And
hell is
rats
this
make me
copy
crazy.
pasta?
Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy.
No, hear me out.
Crazy? I was crazy
I was
once.
thinking of doing something
They
like
locked me in a
this.
room.
And then
A rubber room.
Just wait.
A
just
rubber
wait.
room with rats.
What the hell is
And
this?
rats make me crazy.
What is this pasta? Holy shit. That's really... Oh, I want something with a frame though. Like this. Nope. Like this. No. Like this. Yep. Yes, this is what I want. Something
A
like
cheer.
this.
Gotham's is a major Ohio moment tonight.
What? What about something like this? Is that weird? Is that weird to just have in your home like that? Wall hanger art with... Pro tip, wall hanger art with mirrors inside? How do you do that? Teach me! Teach me your ways! Are you doing this? Are you talking about these? Not the James P. Corden. Those or any shelf. Yeah. And then a mirror. Do you mean like place this like inside? How do I do that? Hi Freddie, how you doing? Nice to see you. I hope you're well. I hope you're doing okay. There's some fun shapes. And then add the mirrors layered on. I saw it. Wait. Are you talking about like this? But like, how do I get the mirror? So there's that. Is that what you're saying? Oh, I can't like shift pull this out in front. I don't know. How am I? Can I put like a change border width? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that existed. Oh, that's JK. Apparently. Okay. It's not doing anything. That could be a bug. That could be a bug.
Artemis, I have over 1k bits and a white
Okay,
claw.
flex.
I can do this all night.
Just woke up
Fight
working 1
me.
till 9 tonight, so I'm just making the most of my freedom. Oh no, that's a rough shift. That's a rough shift. How does that look? Okay, look. Does that look weird? What if I did something like, hang on. First of all, let's make it like slightly wider. What if I did something like this? Oh, no, this is eating. Wait, no, this looks cute. Hang on. Stop! Oh, that's cute as hell. Hi Jaded, I'm building it from scratch. We have been here for a while now. You know how like 2 hours ago, you know how like 2 hours ago, I said something along the lines of, how long have I spent on this house? And Amber said, oh, like 2 hours. And I was like, no, I've been streaming for 2 hours. I haven't been on this house for 2 hours. Now I've been on this house for like 3 hours. And this is how the 6 to 8 hour streams happen. That's how it happens, all right? Maybe I'll move this slightly. No, we'll leave that there. This is all I've come up with. Look, I spent a lot of time on my entryway, all right, which I think eats down. Oh, now because we've got a few Paralivers. It sounds like we've got a few Paralivers in the chat right now. Question for you. Are your stairs being weird as well? I saved and quit the game and then fired it up and they're still being weird. And I don't know if that's just a thing that's happening right now. Or if I should report it. Or, I mean, I don't know. Or if I don't think I'm doing anything wrong because right at the start of stream, the stairs were working. So I don't know. I don't really know what's going on. But anyways, yeah, this is my house. This is my kitchen. I want this kitchen. Thank you very much. I'm trying to, so I've got like a little day room, but I kind of want to figure out if I can do something with a TV, like entertainment room here, but I've kind of shot myself in the foot a little bit because I've made the room really weird shaped. And yeah, like I was thinking of putting a desk and a computer here. Like a wee offset study area. I've seen people have issues placing... Okay, good. So it's not just me. That's okay. Well, that's what the report bug that thing is for, and I'll do that after stream, I guess. I will do that after stream. It's fine. Okay, anyways. Right. So... I kind of do like the sofa. I might mess around with the colours of it though, but the only problem I have is where the hell do I put them? I could, I wonder. Maybe I need to not have... I don't know. I think I've messed up here a little bit. I might have to, like, reassess the room layout. It's looking kind of crap. Could you turn the nook into the computer space and the rest of the room into like a library reading corner? Well, I've made this my little reading corner. My little day area. The layout does have character, and I wasn't really thinking I wasn't really thinking ahead when I made it. That's the problem. So yeah, that's where we're at. I think I have to reassess, because well, I thought about angling a TV first of all. What's like a good, is this the or oh, this one. Maybe this. I will fix the color in a minute, but what about if I angled the TV? Okay, or not. It's fine. What if I angled a TV? Let me see. I like this TV. Thank you, Marissa. I love it. It's really cute so far. I think what I want to do is do this. A dark green. The bedroom a dark green. I think would be really cool. I almost thought about making this like a feature wall as well. Like that. Could be really nice as well. And then I could even do like a... Oh, I could even do like an orange here. Or like a... What do we got? Or like a peach? No. No, I tell a lie. Nope. Like, I want it to be more burnt. Like that, yeah! That is the bedroom. Could be really cool just to keep it like earthy. But yeah, I think I need to sort this wall out. It's just this wall. It's just this here is a bit messed up. And I think I'm gonna fix it. Love the color picking. I know! I'm so obsessed with this. Like, so obsessed. Maybe I just want to do this. And then I do that. It still doesn't help my situation. It still doesn't help my situation of like... No. No. No, 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 no. Hang on. Maybe I just needed to make it smaller. Maybe that's better. Good night, me cootie. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. I appreciate you being here. Have a good rest of your night. Hey, no. Absolutely not. It's still... I think I have not solved my problem. Does I make that the doorway? Or is that weird? Is that weird to have the door there? Hello? Oh, the textures.
A follow.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If it's angled, I feel like the door has to... That's it! I think so too, Omen. I'm like, Send help. Send help. Oh, I did not fix the color, did I? Hang on. Oh, that's like... Maybe I don't like that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think they do. Like, I think it literally has to go like this. Which, again, does not solve my problem of the... Centered. Fix that real quick. I think I'm gonna make it smaller. But this is what I was built to do. It's pun intended. I haven't finished my beans yet. God damn it. Metroid's gonna come back from Forza and be like, you finished those beans yet? And I'm gonna be like, yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. I do love the out of context of people come in and see me just eating eating baked beans out of a can cold with zero context. Kind of is funny. I promise you there is a reason why I'm eating them and not I hate these. I just want to put that out there. I hate these. Just quietly, I hate them. They suck. But they are for charity, so there's also that. I kind of almost want to... I think I want to make this the same color as this. I do the frame, and then I'll come back for the doors in a second. Unless I can memorize the doors. 72391C. 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 Oh god. Let's go. Sometimes I'm okay. Unless I do like... I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing, okay? Like, I can promise you that.
A raid.
Giovanna, hi! Thank you so much for the raid. How you doing? I hope you're well. Thank you so much. Welcome in, raiders. If you're new here, my name's Jasteria. We're playing Paralives. How was Baldur's Gate? What were you doing? Is this a new run? Tell me everything. I love Baldur's Gate. It's like one of my favorite games ever. Happy Pride! Welcome in. If you are new here, we are trying to hit partner this year, so if you want to hang out with us, I'd love to have you, whether that's lurking or hyping up in chat or hanging out. I'm not going to push you to do either. If you can't stick around after that raid, consider following and coming and seeing us another day. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Giovanna. I hope you had a lovely stream. I hope Baldur's Gate was great. That game is a masterpiece. You're brand new? Getting really close to the end and it's tricky. Oh. How's the push? The push is going well. I need 2 more streams for the month at averaging 75, which is really cool. I'm usually trying to like keep that on the down low, but because I've been edged in March, I got edged. So I'm like, oh, maybe if I tell people like we're quite close for the month, like maybe I should actually like, maybe it actually might help if I be a little bit more open about where I'm at. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. We play a lot of variety here. We play a lot of Tomodachi Life on rotation at the moment. We've just brought in Paralives. I play a lot of stuff like this, like simulator games and, you know, like Animal Crossing and Life Sims. But we've been playing a bit of Resident Evil. I'm gonna play my first ever Final Fantasy game in like a week or 2, which is gonna be fun. We're gonna play 10. Yeah, it's gonna be good.
A follow.
Thank you so much for everyone for coming in and saying hey. This is it, manifest it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's what you gotta do. Shout outs to Giovanna. I did not type the shout out command properly. Hang on. Clearly I'm not a streamer. Please go follow if you're not already. So you're obviously in Act 3. What class are you playing? like, if you have to raid and run, I also obviously understand, but I love Baldur's Gate so much. I love Baldur's Gate so much. You haven't played Animal Crossing in so long? We used to, Clown Hoarder. Pietro's my favorite in Animal Crossing. And I love clownery and stuff. Oh, no, yeah, of course, yeah. Go do that. Or are you or does it mean clowning around in Baldur's Gate? Either way, man, I love Baldur's Gate. Did you know I love Baldur's Gate? Wait, which way's the front there? Okay, that's the back. If you don't know what Paralives is, Paralives is very similar to The Sims, but I think The Sims should be quaking. This is an early access and it is so good already. Like, everything is super customizable. Like, this is a singular couch. Well, it's actually two of a couch, but everything is so customizable. Like, you can drag cabinetry, you know what I mean? Like, you can make windows custom sizes like this. It's actually insane how good this is. Hey, Charissa, welcome in. Wait! You play games with crowd control? No disrupts on, I'm leaving. I thought that was for tomorrow's stream, Moni. Speaking of crowd control, hi Charissa, hello. Yes, and also Moni also in chat also works for crowd control. Go follow the crowd control account because I'll be live. I think I thought I was going to be playing Bubsy, but maybe Moni has suggested I play Paralives with some disrupts on tomorrow, which could be pretty fun. So come hang out. I'm live at 6 PM Central. And if I'm not playing Paralives, I'm playing Bubsy 4D. So welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. It's so good to hear that you love crowd control. Are you new to streaming? You're just started streaming? Because I'm gonna follow you because it's always really tough. Not that I don't not follow small streamers, don't get me wrong. That sounded terrible. I think it's like super tough when you first start streaming. So if you have just started streaming, everyone go check out Charissa Games because it's a lot. It's very daunting when you first start. And it's, you know, trying to find your niche and trying to find what works for you and everything. It's a lot. It's a lot. Are you playing Subnautica too? Char Raider here, big Paralives fan. I love Paralives. I have spent 3 hours on this house. The Majora's Mask, yep. Majora's Mask is supported. And it's really funny. It's a really funny pack. You can make the moon crash on people. It's really good. Really, really good. Anyways. Well, welcome in, new people. Thanks for being here and hanging out. I appreciate it. Been learning some crazy Tell me your ways. Tell me your ways. Tell me your ways. I need to learn more Paralives things. If you've got red hot tips for me, I will take them because I am obsessed with this game. I want to learn everything there is about this. I don't even know the cheat codes. I haven't even added any mods yet. Yeah, lit. Also, Moni, I hope you're doing okay. I do see you in there, and I took heat from Moni, and that was it. She's probably got no disrupts. I'm leaving. Oh my god, that's me when I play Baldur's Gate. Thank you for the follow as well. That's me when I play Baldur's Gate. I sit in character creation for way too long, and it's like, I should know the deal. I've played this game already. So I've done like 3 or 4 playthroughs now. Can you put beans in a photo frame next to your bed, please? If you... Amber, if you do a stream with crowd... If you turn on disrupts tonight... Even though I will probably not be awake, I will put a can of beans in a frame for you. I spent so much time just looking at the mods and see everything. There is so much stuff. Okay, for those who are new to this, okay, you can have like a lot of custom stuff. Oh, I thought you were... Oh, you're just playing this tonight. Because you were like, I'm playing it tonight. And I'm like, I just assumed you were streaming. So anyways, shout outs to Amber Jessie. Go follow her whenever she's live next. Tomorrow night. There you go. People, okay, there's a custom rug mod where you can upload a picture to a rug, and people have been saving actual floor plans and putting them on the rugs and then making the rugs to size on a lot and building a house. And I'm like, that is the most genius thing I've ever heard in my entire life. You can do that with posters on the walls too.
A cheer.
Who is Amber Jessie? For the blind, they are the vision.
That's
For
what
the
I'm always
hungry,
saying.
They are the chef. For the thirsty, they are the water. If Amber Jessie thinks, I agree. If Amber Jessie speaks, I'm listening. If Amber Jessie tells me to jump, I say...
You say what? You say what? Well, can you turn Disrupts on tomorrow, Amber? And I'll put a can of beans as a picture beside in the room. Words are hard, okay? Words are hard. There we go. There's a picture. Done. Is that a PNG image? Oh, hell yeah. I think it's transparent, so that's even better. Hi, Avery! How's it going? Yeah, I've been live today, you fake fan. Oh, good night, Beth. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. I appreciate it. Avery, you literally rugged me while I was live. I just want to tell you, that's the kind of friend I am. I muted myself and picked up that phone. I didn't... And I replied to your text while I was live, because that's just who I am. That's just who I am. You know? And I'm not going to apologize for it. I didn't tell them. I didn't tell them. You told them. I left that a mystery. So, this is what Amber wants. What Amber wants, Amber gets. All that. Here you go. What did I name it? I want everyone to know, it's just called 4424_1. I don't want anyone to judge my downloads folder because it is a mess right now. I just want to put that out there. 44, where is it? 4. There it is. Yeah, she got an NZ license. She actually's had it for a while now. What, like it's hard? I actually was I kind of laughed at how easy it was for her to get it. I was like, damn, they don't give a shit. Literally cool because I couldn't figure out how to open the gas tank. Yeah, but you know, it's also like everything's on the opposite side. It's understandable. Is that a wall? Yes, how did you know? Everything's on the opposite side. You're fine. Like, hi, Jason. How are you? Did you want to know? I mean, I don't mind. I motherloaded all the time on Sims. And what's the other one? Motherload, and there's one other. Like, Motherload gives you like 50k, right? Or is it 10k? No, Motherload gives you 10k. The cheats menu is Control F1. We're gonna learn how to cheat. Rosebud! That's the other one. God, haven't heard that name in years. You got it like your first week. Yeah, exactly. You thought I'd do a photo of beans, but I don't like beans. No, I hate beans. I was going to say I don't like beans that much. I would never. Type anything, it gives you the list. Hi. How do I go like money? Print money? Money. Wait, what happened? Oh, what are you cooking? Just had to hear about their travel plans before they went. No, of course. How it goes? It goes well. I was asking earlier what class you were playing. Oh, pasta, yum. Oh, I haven't had pasta in a while. I was asking what class on Baldur's Gate you're playing as and how Act 3's going. Hi, Holly! How are you? Nice to see you. Coinage? What? This isn't Age of Empires? Isn't coinage for Age of Empires? Woodstock? Does it give me 100 wood? It was worth the shot. I love this game, Holly. It's so good. Oh no, Holly, actually, as a fellow simmer, I need you to see some things because I think you will shit yourself. Okay. Oh, this window's not wide enough. Hang on, let me just... Oh, I don't think my cabinetry is wide enough. Hang on. Oh, maybe it's too wide. Hang on. Oh, it's too long. Let me just... Storm Sorcerer fun! My first playthrough, I was... Actually, that's a lie. My first playthrough, I was a druid. My second playthrough, where I actually finished the game, I was a sorcerer. A storm sorcerer. It was so good. So fun. Been amazing. The fights are really fun when you're a sorcerer. First trying a lot. Did you love it when you got into Act 3? Set money, then type amount. Worst girl gamer. You're not the worst. You might be the best girl gamer. If you're telling me that. Set money. Oh, whoops. Set money. What am I at now? 72,000. The system works. The system works. Oh, do you want to see the couch hack? Do you want to see the couch hack? It's so customizable. What days and times do you usually stream? I am live here personally on... I am thinking about tweaking my schedule a little bit, but I haven't decided. But currently, I am live Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays at 12:30 p.m. New Zealand time, which translates to Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Currently. I have thought about bringing back a morning stream in the weekend because I really enjoy streaming in the morning. I really like it. And I kind of miss it. So, yeah, we'll see. Thank you for the follow, Char. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I definitely want to come be there for your last little bits of Act 3. I don't know exactly how far through Act 3 you are, but it sounds like you're getting close to the end. So I definitely want to come check that out because I love that game. Love that game. Oh, you want to see this couch hack? Let me just grab another one of these couches real quick. Look at this. Okay, so, this 2-seater is too big. I want a 1-seater. Oh, no, maybe I want a 3-seater. Oh, maybe I want it to be modular, though. Okay, well, I'll just copy it and... Oh, whoops, hang on. That did not snap properly. Why is it not... Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? It snapped properly before. There you go. Oh, damn! Super excited to pay the support for... Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. No, but I love watching Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate is another one. We were having this conversation, was it yesterday? When were we having this conversation where I was like, there are just some games that are really good to watch. That I'm happy to just sit there and, like, glue myself to. Breath of the Wild is one. The Witcher 3 is another. Baldur's Gate is another. Baldur's Gate is another. Like, those really, really mega story-rich ones are, like, real good for just watching. Not to say that there aren't a ton of other games that are fun to watch, but those for me are, like, and it's not just because I'm biased and they're my favorite games or anything, because Clear Obscure is one of my favorite games as well, but I don't, like, watching it's okay. Like, it's fine. And I really enjoy watching people's reactions to, like, the storyline, but yeah. You're hungry, no! You should see my typing. My typing's awful. Okay, so where I'm at right now, if you are just joining, I am struggling to figure out, so I've kind of messed up a little bit of, like, wall here, where I was trying to do, like, a bit more of, like, an entertainment area, and then this is more like a day, like, reading, relax area, if that makes sense. Gonna come back for sure as long as I'm not live streaming. When do you go live? Oh, the crowd control account, I go live tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central. which is 11 a.m. New Zealand time. I want to do an evil run of Baldur's Gate 3, but I tried, and the threat of Karlak leaving the party was too much for me. And so I save scummed and went back. I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm just like mildly evil, not full evil. But I was upsetting Karlak the entire time I played. I am more of a builder, yeah. I would die for Karlak, not to be dramatic or anything, but I would die for Karlak. Not to be dramatic, but... Okay. So here's the thing, right? Oh, I did try the hack with the tiger and it's dreadful. Do you want to see it, Avery? Hell yeah! I was like, surely Thortisha can have a nice modular tiger couch in her house, but I don't know. I don't know. It's pretty rough. Absolutely not. No. Okay, what? Okay. There's probably people screaming at the screen. Like, can you hurry up and finish this finish this living area? Okay. I do like this as well, but I've already got that here. Ah, the other thing, for those who have just recently joined and you don't know, look at this little cushion, right? See this little cushion? Oh, it's a cute little daisy. Oh, it looks so cute. You can chuck it on the couch. You can chuck any cushion on the couch. I know. They killed the world's longest tiger to make that couch. Stop. Little paradise of home self is thriving. I have played this twice before the stream. Just doing like bits and bobs like this. The first time I played this, I played for 30 minutes. And then I got off and saw my Steam summary and it said 3 hours. Well, it felt like 30 minutes, it was 3 hours. And then the same thing happened yesterday where I played a bit and another 3 hours passed and it felt like only an hour. And I was like, oh no, this is not good. Yeah, so here we are. What about, let's grab, I want to grab this color for a second because I think I'm going to put one of these. Nope. Okay. This is already... Okay, this was prepared for me earlier. Perfect. I thought about doing like a... What about like something like... Can I make this bigger? I can't. Oh, that's annoying. The story card part's so cute! $50 for a pillow is criminal. I don't know how many people follow Christian Hull on TikTok. He's this Australian content creator who's currently touring the South Island. He seems super down to earth and is so funny. He's been walking past a shop window in Australia for a while and had seen these strawberry cushions. And wanted them so bad, but the store was notorious for being expensive and he didn't want to know how expensive they were. So he went in and said, hey, I want those 2 strawberry pillows that are in the window. I don't want to know how much they are. I just want you to put them in the bag, swipe my card and not tell me how much they are. And then when he got home, he pulled out the receipt and saw how much they were and they're like $300. So funny. Also, hi Ceaseless, welcome in. How's it going? I want to see how the game was like because I've seen so many good things, but your character looks just... Oh no, I wish I could be this hot. Look at this. She's actually in her pajamas. But she's so cute. And this was a this was a randomizer. This was a randomizer. Are you kidding? Each! So crazy. Brogan made the best salad. It's a slaw of red cabbage, carrot, and bok choy, and a dressing that's red Thai curry paste with almond butter. What the fuck? That sounds amazing. Yum. I already ate my bok choy. Actually, no, I tell a lie. There's still leftovers. I made a black pepper stir fry yesterday with it. It was really good. It was really good. I know. I know. It's ridiculous. Maybe I just do this. Is it wrong to have like another version of the couch? I kind of want to have a different couch. Is this weird? Is this weird? Oh, what about a forest green? Hang on. Hang on. I don't know. Last time we bought a couch, Amazon was convinced we're couch enthusiasts and kept pushing couches. What? You're like, can you stop? Please? I do wonder, what about, now hear me out. Is this getting a little bit too crazy if I grab this color? The people in chat who are big Paralives people who know more than I do, is there a way, you know when you make swatches and then sometimes you're not entirely, like I've just done again, and sometimes you're not entirely done with it? Oh, that's cute! No, that's nice. Is there a way to, like, remove these? Like, just for argument's sake, like, see how I've got two of the same color now because I messed up? How do I remove a swatch? Can someone tell me? Right click. It was that simple. It was literally that. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you. Not the JD Vance thing. Now I almost wonder, do I pull that sofa so it's not as in view? What about like a wall TV? What about like a wall TV? Maybe that's the play. I have my soundbar there though as well. Do I have a wall TV? Oh, I can have a wall TV! Can I make it as big as I want? Oh! That's amazing. I could tell you something else that'll blow your mind and boom. Yes, please tell me. Please tell me. I would love to know. Tell me, baby, cause I need to know. What about like a... Hello? Is that too much? Is that too... That looks terrible. I do wonder though. That better like pushed up against the wall there, maybe? Huge TV. It is your old lounge. It absolutely is. Smaller TV for your large TV to watch when you're not watching something. That ellipsis next to the trash can on the item you're actively holding, it opens a wheel that to alter angles and so. Oh, we had a wee go of that earlier. The advanced transform, right? We had a little go of that earlier with a cushion because I was trying to. I'll tell you why. I was coping really hard for a second. I was coping for a second, and I thought what I could do is, where's like a cushion here. I thought like, what if I did something like, but it didn't really look right. I think it would look better if I had like a full backed chair. I think because the chairs are only got like back with pasta. What flavor? I want pasta. I want pasta so bad. I think that's why. But then we were like, oh, but then we could go in. That's another thing for anyone who wasn't here earlier. You can turn on like this advanced transform tool. So look at this. Look how nuts this looks, first of all. But you can click this arrow and it moves it up. You can click that red arrow, it moves it across. Blue arrow moves it that way. But then you can rotate these wheels. Look at that. You can have it lie flat. Marinara, yum. Yum. You see what I mean? This game eats. This game is good. Like, I was saying earlier, like, it's really, like, it's so cool we have this now, but I'm also like, damn, like, what were those last, like, 11 years for? As bad as that sounds, like, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, god damn it, like, we could have been living life so right earlier than this. It's so sad. It's so sad. I think a plant would look really good in this corner. Hang on. This is cute. Oh yeah, this is cute. Oh, but you don't want a plant that size. You want it to be bigger? Okay. Oh no, maybe I want it smaller. Okay. Like, are you joking? Oh no, it was kind of a small dig at The Sims. That's where I was getting at with that one. Just a small one. Just a small one. Hey, look, I don't know what goes on, like, behind the scenes, but yeah. A whole house plant. You know those buildings where there's, like, a tree in the middle? Could be that. If it starts asking for human flesh, you went too big, like the, what if it goes, feed me, Seymour? Feed me, Seymour. Where'd the music go? Have I been playing for so long that the music's run out? I need to save. Actually, I do need to save. It feels so... Put it up to at least, put it up to there. The live band left. Oh, Metroid! I definitely have finished my beans. Okay, for those who don't know, last month we were raising money for St. Jude Children's Hospital. There was a discrepancy in my fundraising where we thought we'd raised $5,000 for the month. No, there was a glitch in Tiltify's system. Shocker. And $50 was just either appeared out of thin air or wasn't there. I don't know. There was some glitch in the system where $50 wasn't there. Lo and behold, they came back to me today and said, hey, yeah, there was an issue with PayPal. I'm like, okay. So yeah, show it? You've actually raised $4,950. And I was like, okay, cool. So I let the Discord know because we were talking about it a few days ago. Metroid donated $50. Metroid topped it up to 5,000, and I was like, well, I've chucked all of my terrible candy and stuff out, but I do have a can of beans, so I will eat a can of beans today for you. Yeah, so nice. Didn't have to do that. Very kind. Very, very kind. Thank you so much again. Oh, this will look cute, I reckon. Yeah, so that's why so that is why, coming back, cycling back to why is this woman eating baked beans cold from a tin? I hate these things. They disgust me. They're the worst creation. Well, maybe not the worst creation. That's a lie. They're bad, though. I don't like them personally myself. That's why I'm doing it. How small can we go? How small can we go for what? Yeah, Metroid MVP, 100%. Like the plant? What is that, a plant for ants? That's really funny. Can we have like a rainforest planted in your potted plant soil? Do you know what's funny that you say that? I did notice, where is it? Is it in this? Maybe it was like an outdoor plant thing. Maybe I searched it here, plant. Yeah, these planter boxes. I was like, oh, I'm gonna have fun with those. I'm gonna have fun with those. Also, yeah, Metroid, it is a good source of fiber. Good night, thank you for hanging out. Sleep well, and again, thank you so much for topping up our campaign. You did not have to do that. It was very kind. Thank you so much. May you sleep well. May you dream of fat Forza races where you win every single one. Yeah, I'm gonna have fun with those planter boxes later, for sure. Now, speaker. Oh, we could have a gaming console. A game innie. So have you guys got an innie or have you guys got an innie or an outie? Let's follow Metro for being a goat. Hell yeah. A gay innie. Happy Pride. I did say earlier, you know, which I think is now my favorite thing to say. Hey, look, we are pushing for partner this year, so consider sharing the stream with your grinder date. If you've got a grinder hookup, share the stream with them, and happy Pride. So stupid. No, that's not what I want. I don't even know who came up, who even said that originally? Was it Sasha? I feel like it was Sasha. It was so funny, dude. Maybe I'll keep it white. I'll keep it white. Dude, I like it. The way I get so stupid. It's like, oh yeah. Happy Pride. Speakers, maybe? Can I make these tall? No, but I can... It's like that one episode in SpongeBob where... actually, there are two things I can reference here. It's like that one episode in SpongeBob where the jellyfish comes around and then like is partying all night with the giant speakers, and then he brings all his jellyfish friends around to SpongeBob's house. You know the one? Or it's like that episode in Breaking Bad in Jesse's house with all those fucking speakers. Take your pick, really. Ambisextrous, I like that. I like that. That's alright. When Robo was in here earlier, he said the B in LGBT stands for beans, because I hate beans. We were doing a bean thing, and I said again with the bi erasure, like that's all we get. Us bisexuals just get bi erasure everywhere we go. What is this? I think the soundbar's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. I think this is again. Like, I know I'm yapping in between, but I do feel like I am dragging the chain a little bit now. But I also said this could be the stream where I go for 6 hours because I don't have any commitments today for once. What about like a brown... What else could I do here? What about like a terracotta? What if I did like a terracotta? Gotta go to sleep because it's 1 hour. Oh, good night, Charissa. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be sure to catch your stream at some point, hopefully. Especially if you got crowd control on. Other good thing to do is if you are playing with crowd control, don't forget to add us when you go live, so we can come have a peek at your stream. I don't normally stream. I used to stream like this a lot a few years ago, but my streams these days honestly go for about 3 hours max. Sometimes 4 if I'm like super hyper focused on something or I'm having too much fun or whatever. But the streams that really, The streams that really do it are these sorts of like the time sinking games like this. And Templar brought it up before, one of my mods brought it up before and was like, oh, we're about to get another 8-hour stream incoming playing this. And I was like, maybe. and I was like, I can't remember what the other game was, but it was The Sims. I used to do like between 6 and 8 hour streams when I was playing The Sims. And then I was like, I can't remember the other thing. And he was like, it was the bloody Animal Crossing DLC, the Happy Homes DLC. And I was like, oh, you're right. That's the ones where I get to do all this. And I just sit here and I'm like, yes. Oh, no, I don't like that. I need to change that. You know, it's ridiculous. 6-7. How do I do that? I'm new to Twitch. Oh, do you have social media? Like, do you have like Blue Sky or Twitter or anything? Because if you follow us, well, you don't have, I mean, I'm just gonna say you should follow us, but if you don't, you can still add us when you go live, so you can, like, go, hey, I'm live with @crowdcontrol. Or if you're on Blue Sky, which is like an alternative for, Twitter/X, it's @crowdcontrol.live. What are you doing? What are you doing? Can I help you? I've got a child who's being naughty here. Can I help you? Or you can just see his tail. Can I help you? You can come here? Do you want to say hi? It's the other one who has not been on stream yet. Mango, who's been on stream twice. It's Miso. Miso, do you want to come say hi? Nope. Okay. Well. A Sim and to Sims Gate? What is that? Why do I feel like this is a D's nuts joke? Also, Sadie, yeah, that's pretty... See, that's telling when you're like, hey, I've been for a nap and you're still live. Evie. A terracotta, kind of. But more over that way. No, hello. That way. That's cute. That's it. That's the one. I am sort of off-center, aren't I, a little bit? Yeah. You play an ant colony in a backyard and you have to defend against the other ants and like insects and stuff. This sounds like Grounded. You know Grounded? The what do you call it? You know, Grounded. That one, you know, that ant thing. The ant, you know, the bug one. Oh, I can't talk anymore. Oh, TikTok. Oh, well, that's okay. I just thought I'd double check in case, yeah, you were on anything. That, yeah. Oh, we have to do this, I reckon. Yeah. Because we've got the space for it, you see. We will do a twofer here. Cute. Oh, have I shown y'all I haven't shown, okay. People haven't been here. I haven't shown y'all the curtains yet. But I have. I've shown some of y'all the curtains. Oh, these are far too long. Whatever will we do? I don't know what to do in this situation. I guess I'll just do this. Oh, they're too short though. Oh, I guess I'll just do this. Like, are you kidding? Like, are you kidding? It's so good. However, I am going to change colour to this. No. I think I need to change to a different... I don't know if I do. No, I do like that. I like that. No, I like that. I like that a lot. It does sound like Grounded. I got stuck in an ad right when you started talking to me. What did you say? Oh, I was just saying it doesn't... Yeah, I just thought I'd double check if you do have socials, and it's like another way for us to come and see you while you're live if you are playing with crowd control as well. Oh, thanks! Thank you so much! I have not touched in here yet. This is my bathroom, which I am going to move on to very shortly. I wonder, do I want to put this side, maybe? No, I'll keep it there. I'll keep it there. I just, again, I don't really know where I'm going with this. Other than, I know I'm going somewhere, you know? I could do, oh, what about a corner window here? This could be cool. I don't know how good it's gonna look, but. Oh, no, stop. What's going on? What? Oh my god, my eyes. Oh, where's my wall gone? Damn it. I'm trying to, okay, well. You see the different versions of what I know. And did you see all the clutter? Like, I haven't even done the kitchen clutter yet. Just you wait. Oh, this looks so good. Oh, this looks so good. Stop. Are you joking? What I wish you could do is like a corner desk. I wonder if that's possible. What could I use? This maybe? Oh, there is this, to be fair. But let me just see something. Let me just see something real quick. Pro tip for clutter, get chip and sweet bag pictures and add them to pillows and scale it. That's such a good idea! Oh my god! Yo! This community is genius. This community is genius. Oh yes, go to sleep. Yes. Have a good sleep. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Add some shelves and you got a built-in desk. Oh god. Kitchen cabinets have great options. Oh, like some drawers? Oh, thanks for hanging out, Omen. Sleep well. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for hanging out. Good night. Do you mean like a set of, do you mean like something like this? Just disregard the color right now, but do you mean like, wait, what? What'd you say? Add some shelves and you got a built-in desk. So what if I did like, go down to the white one? This one? This one? This one? Can I make it smaller? Oh. Orkies. Bean pillows. Stop this madness. Stop this madness now. Speaking of, I need to finish my beans. God damn it. Okay. I'm gonna do it. You gotta tell Metroid when you see him next that I've finished the beans, alright? These ones? Ah! Oh my god. I see what you mean. Hi, Miso. Oh, yes. Oh. Okay, well. This is interesting. Oh, no. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What is... Why? Hello? Why is it just levitating? Can you make the desk slightly taller? I don't think... Wait. This one down the bottom? I cannot, but one thing about me, what did I show y'all before? Hang on. The Wizard of Barge picture. I may be stupid, but I'm also really dumb. I may be stupid, but I'm also dumb. Just remember this is who you're talking to. The box shelf cabinet in the middle has shelf options too. This one? Like this? Like this or this? But it's too tall. Or is it supposed to be like... No, pissed off. Okay, that one I can't. This one I can resize though. I'm determined to make this desk my bitch, but I just don't know. I mean, it's... Oh, it's doing that thing again. Yeah, I wasn't snapping before, but like... Okay, there we go. Oh my god, the walls. Oh my god, the walls. The problem is... What, like here maybe? Ah, my eyes! There you go. Here we... Okay, well... There you go. Look at that. I think what I might do though is I'm going to change the... Yeah! I like that more. I like that more. My eyes. My eyes. I'm going to finish these beans. Hang on. I'm almost done. You see him? You see him? There he is! Hi, buddy! Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Here comes Mango. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? I should probably go feed them in a sec. I'm gonna finish my beans. Another off-color desk in the same spot for Z finding holographic desktop asset. Oh, you're gonna fit right in here. Oh, a curved monitor sleigh. I like this one. Probably just this, right? Oh, why is it facing the right? What the fuck? Oh, do you have... No, there's no way you have... Yeah, okay, I thought as much. It's like, there is no way. Oh, work, Diva. Work, Diva! Is it maybe because this is not facing the right way? Whatever. Surely this will be fine, right? Surely this will be fine. Oh, that's awful. That's cute. This is also... Oh, this is cute. No, I like this more. Ah, okay. Well. Oh, that's game changing that I can change that. And then, like, you can have you seen, like, the clutter? Like, look at all this. You can have, like, paper down here. Look at that! Look at that! Just have, like, a bunch of paper. You can have books. This. Is there a fax machine? Is there actually? Well, you can do like post-it notes here. Look at this. Is there like a pencil holder? Pencil. Pen. Is there no like pen or cup or anything? Oh, that's sad. Yeah, office clutter. Office. Okay. Clutter. Yeah, but when you bring up clutter, look, I love the fact that when you search clutter, how much stuff comes up is insane. That's all the kitchen stuff. Popcorn. Oh, There you go. But it's not, I mean, you know what? It's fine. Hey, pretend it's pens. I could add my emergency tampons. Where are they? What is this? Is that a cookie jar? What is that? Where are my Tams? I saw them earlier. Oh, I got a bean skin. Oh, there they are! Just in case, because it sets in at any given time. It doesn't wait for you. Okay, I'm done. Just in case. I don't like the paintbrushes. Cat mug! Cat mug! I love this mug so much. What else could I put on here? Is that a sticker book or stamp book? What is that? Oh yeah, it is a stamp book. What is that? A plushie? Is that dice? Oh, slay. Oh, there's the Miko ripoff. The cat mug is so cute, right? That is the cutest thing I've ever seen. So good. An engagement ring. Work. What is that? Is there like a printer or a print? Fax. Nope, okay. Trying to figure out what toy was behind you next to Celeste. Yeah, it's the Get. Have y'all seen the Get? So I know the St. Jude box was covering it last month, but I need y'all to see. My God, it's dark outside. I need y'all to see what Holly and Brogan got me. Right? Have y'all heard of Fugglers? Because I hadn't heard of them until they got me this, and I was like, what the fuck is this? I just need you to understand how fucked up this but, like, it's so fucked up that I love this. This one's cute, though, because his beard hides the horrific shit. He's got, under his beard... That's actually, they look so real sometimes when I look at them. I'm like, ooh. He's got these teeth. You see that shit? But when his beard's down, he's cute as hell. He's cute as hell. The teeth are a little bit too much for me, but look at him. He looks perpetually tired. And I can, you know what? I can relate to that. Yeah, just don't look at the teeth. Yeah, it's a fuggle. They're a Lord of the Rings fugglers. The Gandalf is absolutely the cutest. The Frodo is scary as hell, and the Gollum is also a bit scary, but understandable because it's Gollum. Gandalf 3:42 a.m. Is that the time for you? Some of them have a button on their buttholes, and they're the rear ones called butt on hole. Oh my God! Can I show you the Lord of the Rings, the other two Lord of the Rings ones? Because the Frodo is something else. There he is. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, and then I'll grab that as well because I think that's also important to see. Okay, I'll show you the Gollum first. This is the Gollum. Where am I? This is the Gollum. Right? Frodo, yeah, literally. So here's the, you know, like, kind of understandable. Like, you know, an understandable... Is it? I don't know. Anyways, here's Frodo. horrific. Absolutely horrific. Like, Frodo is high as hell. Who is this man? Is he one of your friends? No. I'd hope not. I'd honestly hope not. Anyways. Oh, what's happening? Why is my... There we go. Okay. This is cute. I wish they would like... I mean, there's phone. There's a phone. And then there's also headphones here. I need to figure out what other clutter to do here. Oh, I could do, wait, I could do a frame. A photo frame. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Photo of JP as James Corden. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, there we go. Wireless looks so unnatural for headphones. I'm used to dangling off the edge of the desk with a wire wrap no less than around the chair. That's fucked. That's cooked. May or may not be getting close to 7 AM. Go to bed. Get some sleep. It's important. Good night, Moth. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Okay, well...
A raid.
Julia! Julia! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in! Hi, Raiders! If you're new here, my name's Jasteria. We're playing... Look, I'm getting my life to Paralives, but it's also descending into madness here. Hi, everyone. If you are new here, we are trying to hit partner this year, so if you want to hang out with us, I'd love to have you, whether that's lurking or hanging out in chat. I'm not going to press you to do either. Julia, how was your stream? What were you doing? Were you Tomodachiing? What were you up to? I have a bone to pick with you. I talk about you quite a lot on stream, especially the Tomodachi streams. Thank you for the follow. Please go follow What If Julia if you're not already. Please do that. I'll hire an Etsy witch to put a curse on you. Y'all watch me. You sit there for 3 to 4 hours at a time watching me on my Switch controller try to draw on Tomodachi Life. You need to go and watch Julia do it because she makes me look like a piece of shit. I sit there and I watch your stuff and I'm like, why am I here? Why am I even playing the game? Like, insane behavior. Insane behavior. The talent and to sit there and have the patience to put up with that on a controller. I could never. I could never. Please go follow Julia if you're not. I really appreciate you going and doing that immediately. And like, I know a lot of y'all are here for the Tomodachi stream, so please go follow her and go hang out. Not just for Tomodachi, but you will enjoy the Tomodachi streams, I promise you. I would not lie to you. I would never lie to you. Thank you so much for all the follows as well, team. I appreciate that. Thank you. I hope you had a lovely stream. If you need to raid and run, I completely understand as well. Enjoy the rest of your night. I assume it's gotta be night for you. It's night for me. It's getting dark. It's getting dreary. If you need to go eat good food and go do post-stream things, I completely understand. It's 11 PM. Yeah, that's late. That's late. Get it? Yeah, it's already nighttime. I was trolled at the beginning of my chat because I used to do very long, like 6 to 8 hour streams when I'd play The Sims or Happy Home Paradise on Animal Crossing. And my mod Templar came in and said, oh, you're playing Paralives? Okay, well, you know, have a fun 8 hour stream. And I was like, no. Yeah, it's getting close to 6 hours, so we'll see. We'll see where the night takes us. Thanks for all the follows. And yes, thanks for lurking. I appreciate it. Have a good wind down. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Yeah. If y'all have not seen this game, we have been 8 hours, not a chance. We have been getting our lives to the customization. If you don't know what Paralives is, this is what we're playing today. It's very, very, I would assume, having The Sims 4 quaking right now. Diva, you can't keep doing this. Diva, you can't keep doing this to me. Diva! Zarella, I love you, but you can't keep... You already have me. You don't need to keep simping. You already have me. I won't leave you. You gotta go to bed. Well, thank you for the subs. That's crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good sleep. Have the best sleep of your life. May you dream of all the hot, sexy Mass Effect characters. I would never. You already had me. I was saying earlier, Zarella is...
I was going to bed, but I see a train and I must partake.
Zarella is insanely beautiful. Sorry to put you on a pedestal right now, but... And she's beautiful every stream, but I came into her stream today and I was like... I'm never leaving you. I'm never leaving you. I'm sorry, like... You already had me. Especially after today, hello? Thank you so much for gifting subs. It's very kind and generous. You did not have to do that. Please have the best sleep of your life. Thank you for being here today and hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, go get some sleep. Bonded pair, do not separate. Also, speaking of, go follow Zarella. I'll put a curse on you. I love you. Sleep well. Anyways, if you are new to Paralives, I'm so flustered. If you're new to Paralives, I would assume that this game has The Sims quaking right about now. Not The Sims 2, because that is a perfect angel who can do no wrong. But, yeah, I think The Sims should be quaking, because this is in early access, so there are bound to be bugs and little quirks going on, so that's completely normal right now, but the customization in this game is insane. Look at this couch, right? You see this couch? This is just a lovely little...
A cheer.
Okay.
Who is Jasteria? For the blind, they are the vision. For the hungry, they are the chef.
Amber, you
For the
already
thirsty,
had me as
they are the
well.
water.
Like, I'm not
If
gonna leave you.
Jasteria thinks, I agree.
If you are new
If
here, I do have
Jasteria
many
speaks,
wives.
I'm listening. If Jasteria
Happy
has
Pride, all
one fan,
that.
it is me. If Jasteria has no fans, I don't exist.
That's right, I was lurking.
Jasteria for partner.
Julia, I was lurking in your stream when you were playing this the other day, and you'd made a character that looked exactly like you. And I was like, again, there she goes. There she goes. I might as well not fire up the game.
Happy Pride.
Why am I even here? I need to stop gaming. I can't do this. There are people that just are way more creative than me. I'm telling you right now, 2 hours into the stream, I was working on this game and I said, oh, how long have I been working on this house? And Amber was like 2 hours. And I was like, no, because I've been playing, like I played the start of the game again so everyone could see like the start, like the tutorial bit and character creation and everything. So I was like, oh, it has been 2 hours. And then I think at the 4 hour mark, I said, well, now it's been like at least 3 hours. And now it's been 4 hours of... So yeah, this is how the 8 hour streams happen. Thank you for all the bits and for participating on that hype train. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Enjoy your emotes that you inevitably get. What is time? I know. So anyway, what I was saying is this generic old 2-seater couch, you can make it a 1-seater. You can make it a 3-seater. We also took a
If you
couch.
were on a plane, traveling inside the U.S., from a city to another, but the airplane crashed, and only you and one guy survived on nowhere on hill of some mountain. The guy has completely broken arms and hands, but you survived well. Then he asked if you can help him take out his thing and hold it so he can pee. Will
I'm
you
gonna,
help him?
Julia, this was
Or
an
will you
Avery.
just spoil
Someone
pampered
came into
princess
Avery's
and
chat
not
and said,
help
can I ask you a question and ask that? And now it's a copy pasta. That's the law on that one. The other thing is if you are new here, welcome in. That's basically what the stream is about. That's basically what you're gonna get here, It doesn't get any further uphill from here. It's all downhill. If anything, it warns you ahead of time. We even did this just to see how far it goes, and you can do it all the way to the, you know, the border of your house or your lot. But I was like doing this, and I was like, so it's possible if I had a lot this big, I can keep going with this couch. You see that? See that arrow? Look at that. Can I ask? But the thing is that why is it always the most out of pocket question when a first time chatter comes in and they're like, can I ask you a question? And then it's the most out of pocket thing you've ever heard. This is the chillest couch I've ever seen. Period. Hi, Al. Are you an empathetic person? Yes. I cry on TikTok almost every day. Either about animals or about people that have it hard or something's happened. I cry on TikTok every day. Do you think you're a good-hearted person? Relatively, you know. Oh, what did we get? What did we get? Oh my god, I got a lady throwing cash. Hi, Chris, how you doing? It's in the bag. That's a good one. I got the cow earlier. The cow was so cute. Stop. Yeah, the cup limo couch. That's what we called it. Sorry, again, sorry. Apologies. Apologies for the nonsense. Anyways, let's get cracking on a bathroom, I guess. Shall we do that? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I just truly don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Do you want your dinner? He's a child. Never mind, he's gone. Oh, here's the other child. Same mango, same. Amber, can I offer you a can of beans in this trying time? Can I offer you a can of beans? Okay, I think I want to go for like a green tile moment. I'm in the wrong section. You'll take the beans? Willingly? Okay. What about like... maybe this? Oh, that's actually... maybe like an emerald tile? Oh! Oh, that's nice. And then... I want to do the whole thing. Oh, do I want to do like it? Sometimes what I usually do is I do something like this. I have an idea of something I haven't done yet. So, the thing about the kitty in the back, where are they? Oh, they're both here! Hello? Goodbye? Okay, well, hey Britt! How's it going? Nice to see you! I joined your stream and lurked while I was working today, and then I think you ended kind of, early? Maybe? Because, I went to come and say hi and you'd already gone. I was like, oh, shit. Maybe I should have said hi as I entered. Where is my camera? There's the shortest stream of your life. This might be the longest stream of mine. The duality. How you doing? Nice to see you. Brett's also been playing a lot of Paralives as well, so please go check them out if you haven't already. This is our first Paralive stream. It's going swimmingly. I've spent 4 hours fucking around in this house building it. Anyway, what I was about to say is there's like a little separator tool here, and that's how you can, in case people didn't know, that's how you can, I kind of want to do it like here. There is a method to my madness, I promise. What the fu- Hello? Can I just click that? No? Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. I want to do that, because I'm going to do a wall shower, I think. Maybe I'll do that. My first house I spent 20 hours on? That makes me feel so much better. Thank you, Nalini. Thank you so much. I'm trying my best, all right? I'm out here in the trenches. This is what happens when I play Happy Home Paradise as well. I sit here and I question everything. The problem is... okay, so in The Sims, what I used to do... for argument's sake, I used to build a okay. I used to build like in here like this, right? Maybe like here. And then I'm gonna see if this works because I haven't done this yet. What I usually do is this like a borderless window? What is this? Oh yeah, I want something like that. Oh, maybe not. Huh? What I would usually do to make like a shower. What is this? Let me see this. Let me see this. Maybe I'll just use this. I'll just use this. What I usually do. Bear with. Oh. I need her to be able to fit in there, so I think there's probably good. And then what I usually do, if I can do this. Okay, well. That does not work. Usually I can destroy a wall and the glass stays there. Perfect. Okay, good. Great. Love that. Nailed it. I'm here all week. I'm here all week with red hot Paralives tips that definitely work. Okay, so this is not The Sims. Is what I'm saying. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're doing okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so what I could do though, hear me out. Maybe this is just the tea. Let's just do something like this. It still looks pretty good. Really. I just wanted to try something new for a shower. That's what you did for a shower, but they don't have a decent glass-only door yet. Sally, yeah, that's what I noticed. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. That's okay. That's fine. This is fine. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Okay. So. Yes. What about like a bronze? Wait. Will this look weird? Wait. This one. Will this look weird if I make it like? No, I actually think I'm gonna keep it that way. Yep. Yep. The other thing I've noticed that I can't find, unless someone can tell me otherwise, I don't think there's any like shower caddies. There's a toilet brush under caddy, by the looks of things. Yeah. Okay. Great. I haven't found any shower caddies. However, I have used floating shelves over a bathtub, and that looked kind of cute. You also don't need a door, but I did with what looks like a commercial door. Let me see. Is it an outdoor or an indoor one? There's a bookcase door! It's just like The Sims 2. It's just like The Sims. It might be in the other Sims games. I haven't seen any shower caddies, but there are tons of mods. I know. I need to do this, this custom rug thing. This custom rug mod is absolutely getting installed. And I feel like I want to stream this tomorrow because I really want to try out the floor plan thing that you can do with it. Because I think that's nuts. It's so genius. Like, actually so genius. Okay, no. No. Wait, what about a sliding door? As the shower door. It might look a bit weird, but... Nah, it's gonna look weird. Because you could probably... Can you... Oh, you can't extend that? Okay, you can't extend that. Okay, great. Good to know. Hi, Jay. How are you? Do we need to stretch some snacks? A pair of big naturals. Wait, what? Hello? Do we need to stretch some snacks? A pair of big naturals. Can you repeat that? Can you try again? You can make a wall and then use a big custom window to make it. Yeah, I've done that. So I think that's probably the play. Is my guess. And then I think what I'll do is toilet, sink. Right. To stretch, some snacks, a pair of big naturals. How are we doing? Do we need to stretch? Comma, some snacks. A pair of big naturals, no way! Anyways. That is one thing I need, like, that is one thing I still need to dress as, is big naturals Gandalf at some point. Oh, maybe not on Twitch. But, you know, just for like Halloween or for the fun of it, you know. I lost it, I think, a while ago now. I'm pretty it's been a while. Like, it's been a long stream, but I'm determined to finish this bathroom. Actually, I'm determined to finish this house. I'm feeling really confident about it. Oh, this looks cute. This is also cute. Hang on. Why does it look so dark for a silver? Interesting. Or is it the lighting? Oh, do you want to know the other really cool thing? We've narrowed down the design to interior house. Yup. Yup, well, we can say that. Do you know what else is really cool about this game? You know how in The Sims when you're like building in the dark at nighttime and you're like, oh, let me change it, and it goes morning, daytime, evening? You can pick midnight, 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 6 a.m., 8 a.m., 10 a.m., and so on. How genius is that? Like, again, it's just something so simple that should have been the case from the beginning, but it wasn't. Here we are. You know? Anyways, I'm gonna get a little bit bigger. Oh, the bathroom clutter is probably the best clutter, by the way. I really like it. Toilet roll, hold on. Oh, no. No. Got that, like, eggshell white kind of creamy color? I'm sorry. No. EA is punching the era. I was saying earlier, I think that they're gonna be quaking over this one. Inzoid, not so much. Hi, Coaster! How you doing? Coaster, have you played this game? Is this, like, your kind of game? I know that you play, like, Paleo and stuff, but I didn't know if you would, like, play this sort of stuff. I have not played, but you're interested. Good. The other thing I have, a request, is a towel rail where I can put a towel rail. Do you know Coaster? Small world. Small world. Small world. I'm telling you. Please go follow Coaster. Yes, please, please, please. Coaster's great. Plays a lot of Paleo. Is very lovely. Is also from Christchurch. So please go follow them. No docs. But I gotta hype up the Christchurch people, alright? Christchurch gang, rise up. I said, Amber, I don't know if I said this to you, but I said to Coaster, I really want to, like, try Paleo again, because, they have horses now. Okay. And the last time I played Paleo was, like, what was it, like, I think I played it for, like, 2 weeks on its release, and then I got burnt out. So I haven't played it since. So I'm probably, like, way at the back, you know, like, I met Coaster through Paleo. Cute. Cute. Maybe I do. I haven't put this in, but I feel like, can I make this smaller? Nope. I can make it thinner though. I don't really. Let me cook. Let me cook. I've just had a cute thought, maybe. But I want to change the color of this. Maybe like this. Let me cook real quick. Hang on. Just everyone hold on. Just shh. Can I make this smaller? Oh, I can. I don't know if I want a cactus in the bathroom. Maybe I do just want like another. Let's do another one of these. Yes. Everyone shh. Everyone shh. Everyone just bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. Now, do they have candles in this game? Oh, they do! Oh my god, stop. Oh my, maybe not right under the plant, but cute. One moment. I've had another idea. Just imagine like right under the plant like that. It's crazy. Yeah, and then yeah. Oh, stop. Okay, no, this is. I gotta come hang in Palia. I know. I do need to get back into it. I think I would really enjoy it now that there's a bit more stuff, because I'd finished all of the quests and it was right at the start of the game when it was still like, you know, it was getting fleshed out and everything, and I was just like, now what? And so then I just got burnt out. There are only so many bugs that I could catch and rocks that I could mine before I was like, I'm done. So that's why. And then they added a ton of stuff and I just haven't been back yet, so that's why. Can you put it upside down and stick it in the wall? What? What do you mean? No, but hear me out. And then you get your bathroom clutter. Now just listen here. Look at this. All right? Look at this. Maybe we'll put that on the second. It's a bit weird over there. Look at that. Look at that. Hi, Moonlit. How you doing? Nice to see you. I hope you're doing okay. There's so many lovely friendos coming in. I am loving this game to the point where I have been live for almost 6 hours now. So that's fun. You know what? That's fun. But then you look, you can stack the towels. Look at this. Look at that. Are you joking? You see that? I have been living life. I keep saying it. I've been living life so wrong. So wrong up until now. Toilet paper. Toilet paper. To think about all the times I'd suffered. All the times I'd suffered in the Sims building. And here we are, you know? Like, because this is what I do. If you are new here today, I'm a build girly. Hi Nat, how you doing? Thank you for the follow as well, I appreciate it. I'm a build girly. Most of the Sims time in the last like 5 years I have spent building. Like I don't really play a lot of like the actual, you know, with the meeples and everything. But this is next level in terms of building. Like this is nuts. Are you kidding me? I was gonna get my tamps and pads. Hang on, where am I? Oh, it's over here. Look at this. Tamps and pads. Oh, that's cute as hell. And then, like, we could even. Where's some more clutter? Bigger. Nope. Clutter. Where are like the toy? No, you can't. And the thing is, I haven't even taken y'all, like, I haven't even done the kitchen clutter back, you know, in the kitchen. You know, that place. I haven't even done the clutter here yet. The clutter in the kitchen is insane. And the fact of how much you can just put on the countertops is nuts compared to The Sims. Like, it's insane. The Sims, like, what happened here? What happened to my tile? That was weird. Anyways. Yeah. It's neat. Do you know what this is do you know what's kind of interesting about this? You getting me to put the bean artwork here, Amber, is it's kind of bean colored, this room. Funnily enough. Have you run into any wild? I did when I first played this. When I was creating my para, when I'd already edited her and made like all of her different outfit, like her everyday outfit all different to the one that was thrown at me at the start, and I'd edited all her facial features and everything. The minute I switched to like formal wear, it reset the para to like the one that it gave me before I'd done any editing, which was rough, but that's fine. It's just to be expected because it is early access. Like, it's pretty normal to run into bugs and stuff like that. Yeah. Let's make it like this color. Yeah. This is looking cute. I was trying to find like that little nope. I was trying to find that's what will be over at the farm. I was like, man, you can have cows in this game. So anyways, I was like, how do I get a cow? Please. I need one desperately. Anyways. Y'all are probably tearing your hair out watching me do this. Like, oh, I haven't... Just do this real quick. Before I get too comfortable with everything I'm doing in this bathroom, I better add a window. Okay. Maybe we'll just, sorry. Just don't know what I'm doing now. Maybe I will add like this here. Maybe I'll change the color though. Cute! Perfect so the rain can trade pop properly. No, it's because if... We've forgotten something really crucial, chat. Hang on. We've forgotten something really crucial. Here we go. Perfect. As all things should be. I'm gonna create the thing that I'm gonna do tomorrow is I'm gonna create a folder of custom artwork to put in this game. I think we're onto a winner. The other thing, can you imagine the fundraising possibilities with this game? Someone could like, you could like have a thing that's like, donate to like I'm building a house, right? And then it's like, hey, if you pay me $10 or like pay the charity $10, I'll create a custom room to a theme of your choice. And then they're like, oh, how about if they're fucked in the head like Amber Jessie, oh, how about a baked bean thing? And I have to make like a whole thing of like baked beans. You know I mean that with love, but why would you make me have a can of beans on the wall? It was the first thing that came to mind because I was looking at the beans. I'm so sorry. Waddies is amazing. I like the spaghetti. I don't like the beans though, personally. Oh, they might be getting grumpy at me. I should probably go feed them. Chat, will you stay here? Will you stay here and behave yourself while I quickly feed the cats? I should probably feed them real quick. You leave her beans. Yes? Okay. Well, you just stare at that artwork. You just stare at that artwork. I'll be right back. You had enough. Hi, Becky. Welcome in. Hello. Sorry, I was feeding my cats. Oh, it's literally one. It's back to one. Yesterday, Roland was being a nuisance with it. And Avery was like, okay. Anyways, hi. How are we? Are you behaving? Doesn't sound like it. I'm sorry about all the cursed planktoning and harmonizing. You know, that old thing. Anyways, right, surely we can get through this. We can do this, Janelle. I think the bathroom's basically done, right? Oh, no. I remember something. I also wanted to test something, which I assume it's probably possible. I was gonna do this. Can I do this? Where it goes like that, and then it goes like this. Oh. Game of the year. Game of the mother flippin' year. You know? That might be too low, honestly. That might be a little bit too obnoxious there, but good to know. What about this one? What about this? This is kind of fun. This looks fun. Oh god, oh god. Oh god, oh god. Why does it look like it's like not on that wall? It looks like it's closer to me than the wall. If that makes sense. Okay, good. Hitting my head on that every day. And you know what? I'm not apologizing for that. Look at this! Loafers carry so much bacteria, I don't want one of those. Another plant, maybe? Oh, it's so cute! I kind of want to... What the fuck? Stop that! Yeah, it's better. It's cute as hell! Okay, now I'm done. Now I am done. With the bathroom. I'm not saying it's okay. Oh, do you want to see the beds? Wait for the beds. Are you ready for this? Hang on. Oh, the single bed? The single old thing? This old thing? Maybe I want a double. Maybe I want a queen. Maybe I want a king. Or a Californian king. Or I could just keep going. Oh my god, Amber, this would be so good for the wives. I need to make a wife commune. And we all have to sleep in the same bed. The question I have is this like, we know this game's intuitive, but is this game mega intuitive enough that it knows to, if the paras go in, they move along to different pillows? Or is it that they sleep on either side and that's it? Wife commune! Literally! Happy Pride! So yeah, that's a... Amber, how much to do a wife commune on stream tomorrow? Are you streaming this or Thalia tomorrow? How much? I'm desperate. Oh, this is kind of cute. Hang on, this could be good. I like this bed. This bed's cute. It just needs better colours. Oh, Miso's finished his bickies. I like that frame. I just don't like the... Maybe I will change the frame now that I'm here. You're shooting this? It's not too late to plan a wife commune. That's all I'm gonna say. It's not too late. That's all I'm gonna say. Do I have... Oh, yes. Okay. The sheets, I think, will do an off-white. Around the orangey peachy mark. Oh. No. And then the blanket. Got that throw now, hang on. Period. That's it, that's the one. That's the one. It's so beanie. I'm so hungry, but Kubo was sleeping on it. You can't move, sorry. You all have to sleep in the same bed because the bed has replaced all other furniture. All is bed. As far as the eye can see, it was never a choice that we share the bed. Share the load though, right? Share the load, bro. The bean's like right in the middle. Is this what you envisioned? Or do you want it like next to the bed? I could put it in a small frame like on the on the bedside table. Hey? What did I say? We share the bed? Why not both? I literally just said before a bean themed room and now you're actually like, I just realized this is, it needs to be like that. Oh my god. That's cooked. That's actually cooked. Holy god. Another news chat. Just quickly while I have you. Obviously I've been saying today that I've been pushing for Parta. I now only need one stream for the month. I now only need one more stream for the month. Let's go! So thanks for everyone who raided today. I appreciate it so much. It's very kind. How many days are left? I think like, hang on, let me check. I think it's like 3 or 4. So, within the next 2 streams, I have to get to 75. Carp. Carp. Where are we? Is it here? It's is this an American time? It's either 4, yeah, it's 4 days. It's 4 days.
Follow.
It's 4 days. Oh! My follower goal just got David! Thank you for the follow. You know who you are. I won't call you out. So lock in is what we're saying. We just hit 5,000 followers. So thank you for that. If you want to sing out in chat, congratulations on being my 5,000th follower. That's very kind. Thank you so much. Yes, we are partner pushing. Yo, Randy! Randy's the 5,000th follower. Let's go. Us absolute lemmings. We follow as well. Yeah. So thanks for following. I appreciate it. I don't know. This is giving too much bean. Not in a good way. Not in a, like, God-honoring way. And I'm not okay with it. I think I'm gonna change. I think I'm gonna do a green black. Yeah. You okay? What about like dark sheets? Ooh, maybe this is the tea. And then I wasn't finished. And then the frame. I don't know if I should do like a redwood. Oh no, 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 no. Okay. Then go back over here. I just don't know. Green bean? Butterbean? Butterbean? I don't know. What other beans are there? Lima bean? Baked bean? Kidney bean? Black bean? Black-eyed pea? I think is that considered a bean? I feel like it is. I mean, it's in the legume group. Why am I listing beans? Let's stop that. Anyways. I like the dark sheets. I think that looks better. I just don't know about the wood. What about, oh no, I just tried an orange one. Okay, maybe, give me this color real quick. Chili bean? Isn't that just, is a chili bean its own entity or is it an existing bean that's already been chilied? Asking for a friend. Hello? Thank you. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Yeah. Oh, wait, hang on. What about a terracotta sheet? Or a terracotta, actually, hang on, just hang on. Hang on, chat. Nope, don't like that. Chili is a dish. Have you seen that? Have you seen that Demi Lovato interview? It's one of my favorite things I've ever seen. Have you seen that Demi Lovato interview where she's asked like yes. She's asked like what her favorite dish is and she's like, my favorite dish is a mug. And I just like that it's got a handle because you can hold it when it's hot. That's so good. You haven't seen that? Oh my god, it's the funniest fucking thing. It's so good. I live for it. I can't lie. I'm wrestling with this bed now, gamers. I don't know what to... I don't know what to do. I think it's the frame. The frame is kind of throwing me. I don't know what color to do it. I'll show you bed wrestling. I'm listening. I'm watching. I think I need to change the wall color. Like, legitimately. I think I need to change the wall color. The wall is not walling. Let's see. Immediately, that looks like 10 times better. I thought I did a feature wall. I thought I did this. What happened? That looks so much better. What about like a, yeah. Fucking bean picture. Is there wallpaper? If so, does it come in bean? Imagine if there was a custom, what is this? Imagine if there was a custom wallpaper option. Oh, we'd have a field day. We'd have a field day. That is something. That is something we need to send to the devs. I mean, oh, I could do that, to be fair. I could absolutely do that. And then, oh, not the giant bean. I could make, no, so what I could do is, oh, chat. I'm not even, bean headboard. Don't have to tell me twice. No, what I could do, though, is I could go into Photoshop and make something, like tile it all. Let me drag, I'll just for example's sake, let me try something for a second. Let me grab my, I have a like a ring pop collage, which is like the header on my stream. I think I can find my damn shit. It might be in here actually. Yeah, let me copy this over to folder. Okay. Let's just have a look at this for a second, because I'm now curious. So if I was to go to Photoshop and do a bunch of tiling, and then we grab, is this a frameless? I want it to be frameless. Yeah, perfect. So then just do this, and we go down like this, to like the skirting. And then we upload. I wish you could search within your folder, because it would save me so much time, but where's that ring pop thing? Yeah. Oh my god. Fuck the bean room, use that! That's nuts. I can't believe it, they just had a ring pop wallpaper in the game! That's crazy! That's nuts! Okay, well, that's fun. Anyways, I am gonna make the bean picture slightly smaller. Sorry, Amber. I do can I tell you something? I do kind of like the idea of, hang on. So, for example's sake. Oh, good. I need that wood color again. Watch. Just hear me out for a second. So, I do like the idea of just this. But like, rotate it inwards. You love the ring pops or the bean picture? This is so dumb, dude. This game is so dumb, but in the best way. I'm so obsessed with this. This might be one of the greatest things I've ever played. Good night, Freddy. No, sorry. Goodbye, Freddy. You've woken up recently, so goodbye. I hope work goes okay. And you remember you're saying something about work. So, I hope it goes okay. I hope your shift is alright. Oh, that's so funny, dude. The bean picture. No, but then you put it closer to the bed. We've got to get a lamp in. We got to get a lamp in there. I like this one. What do we got? That looks nice with everything else going on. I like it. I like it. I like it. Only one late day a week. Oh, that's good. That's something at least. No, and then don't forget the clutter. You can do like books. You can even have like these, which is kind of neat. You can do something like this, where you just oh, we already have headphones by the desk on the desk, don't we? Okay, that's fine. Is there a lotion or anything? Oh, there is. There's a yeah. Hang on. I'll do something like this. Oh, that bean picture is so stupid. Look at that, that's cute as hell! Oh, a rug might look quite nice with this bed, actually. Oh, I was gonna do something similar to that, actually, and then I forgot I did that. Oh, another thing we need to do. Hang on. Is that really the center of the room? No way. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Cute! I love this! Oh my god, this game's so slay. Love the lampshade. I know, it has like a weird shadow to it. I did notice that. That's really funny. I probably could do... Now when I copy this, does it copy everything in it? Oh, good. Alright, great. Sounds great. Another lamp? Maybe I do. That's actually kind of cute, I'm not gonna lie. And then we could do like candle. Candle. The duck candle. Stop. Oh, cute. Hang on. Cute. I like that. Oh, that's a serve. Stop. This is serving. Are you joking? I've been live for 6.5 hours, almost. I probably need to get the hell off in a second. I'm gonna finish the room. What we're gonna do tomorrow, because I'm live tomorrow, we're gonna come back and we're gonna add the rest of the clutter. We're gonna hope that the stairs can be fixed. I'm gonna report that when I get off. I'm gonna take a screenshot when I end today. We're gonna, because I think y'all will, if y'all haven't seen all the clutter, like the kitchen clutter that you can have in this game, it's so good. So we'll add some clitchen. We'll add some clitchen clutter. Oh my god. Literally. And we're coming back tomorrow. Lock in, chat. Lock in. Please and thank you, please. Cope. I don't know when I hit my mic. This happens almost every stream where I'll hit my mic. I just don't even know that I've done it. Anyways, I think I'm gonna do a... I think what I'm gonna do is this moment. Is this, where the hell is it gone? Here we go. I might make that a bit darker actually. Mike gets upset and gives you the silent treatment, so passive aggressive. Oh, this is cute. I wish. Yeah, I can't make it like, I wish I could use this and like. JK. JK. What the fuck? I forgot that I can do this. Okay, or not. Okay. Avery, you've got me saying okay so much. Like it's a problem at this point. Okay. I drove past a car that was fully crashed in the air into the light. What? And he went, okay. Y'all ain't driven in the trenches until you've driven in Christchurch, New Zealand. That's all I'm gonna say. This place is a hellhole. It's a hellhole. I don't know how else to explain it. Oh, that's cute. I just think I don't. Color I want. Oh, the blue's actually quite nice. It's also actually really nice as well. I like that, just to break up the color even more. Oh, that's cute as fuck. I do not miss driving in Wellington. Like, what the hell is going on in New Zealand? I don't know. What do you mean I need to do a hill start and the road is narrow and basically a one-way street? I've never driven in the Midwest, so I don't know, but it's pretty nutty here. Oh, it's stupid. It's ridiculous here. That's all I'm gonna say. Where is the hobbies? Is it here? Oh. I wanna, cause she's in, no, she's into art. Oh, do we give her like the real $1,400 for an easel? I'm being robbed. I'm being robbed live on stream. Jesus Christ. I wanted to give her the like hard out one. I could also put that out here to be fair, because actually I'm gonna do that because there is a lot of space down the back here that I can utilize. Kubo stood up, you're free! She's done it. Oh my god, I don't like... Maybe I do want this one. Maybe I do want this one. A little basic bitch one. I haven't even added artwork yet. I don't know if I like that now. It was cute, but now I'm like... I could have, like, because I'm not putting anything in the corner now, I can have, like, something like this. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's cute. We've got that. Oh, is this like a... Oh my god, that's giant. Holy shit. That's what she said. In Wellington, some streets are sidewalk, then curb, then bike lane, then parking. What? It sounds like one in particular street here. Now, hang on. Just while I think about it, because I just think I've run into a bit of trouble here. Three, 2, 4, 1, D. 3, 2, 4, 1, D. Period. Can I change the... Oh no.
A follow.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yes. 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 Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Close enough. Lit, right? Oh, it's just so good that... It's just so good that you don't have to, like, worry about the fact that, things might not fit and you have to change them. You know what I mean? How tall is that? Oh, it's kind of down further. Okay. I just realized I'm gonna have to move everything forward now. Okay. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Been looking for a bit while I was playing some... Oh, thank you! We'd love to have you. Thank you so much for being here. Where in the heck? Near here, there we go. I was thinking of doing something like this. Is this gonna be weird if I do a short curtain? You know what I mean? Oh, they go so... Oh! Ew! I don't really like that. Oh, what about a blind? I didn't think about a blind. What about a blind? That could be neat. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I honestly can't remember. It was like 3, 2, 4, 1, D, right? God, I'm good. Oh, yeah, baby. This, it's all coming together. Could do 2 curtains. True. True. I could. Are you talking, wait, are you talking, what do you mean? Are you talking like, oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. You mean like, wait, this one? You mean like do 1 here and 1 here? Yeah, that's smart. But I actually prefer the blind. The blind is more modern. The one thing I don't... Let me see something. JK. I didn't want to copy that. I want the color. The only other thought I had, because I've got the feature wall there, it's looking a little bit like... Ooh! It's quite dark green. Okay. Well... We can't have it all. We can't have it all. And that's okay. The hell? Get out of here. Oh man. I don't know. Oh, what about the orange? Hang on. This color. No, that's not what I wanted. 3, 3, 2, 1, 4? No, what am I doing? I'm losing. I need to stop streaming. I've forgotten how to function. I've forgotten how to function. I'm also pretty tired, if I'm being honest. I don't know, maybe that. Yeah, it's almost 7 PM. I'm never live this late. Let's see this purple real quick, and then I might finish up. 3, 3, 2, 1, 4D. Oh, it's like an eggplant. I like it. It is literally nighttime for me, so I think I'm gonna finish here. I will come back tomorrow, 12:30 PM New Zealand. It's 7, no. Oh my god, Artemis, go to bed. Go to bed. I'll be live tomorrow. Amber, can you go live? I'm bored. Can you go live? I'm bored. I'll be live tomorrow at 12:30 PM New Zealand time, which is 5:30 PM Pacific. However, before I'm live there, I'm actually live on the crowd control account. I might be playing some of this over there. I'll see what Moni reckons. Because I think she would quite like me to play some Paralives with Disrupts on tomorrow. So I might be playing Paralives over there. If not, I'll be playing Bubsy 4D with in-game effects on and a few Disrupts. So come hang out with us over there, and then we'll be in here from 5:30 PM Pacific. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the raids and follows and everything today. It was very nice. It was so much fun. Obviously, nobody tell Templar how late we were live, how long we were live for. You're in extreme, but I just got here. Well, I don't want to. Don't at him. Nobody tell Templar how long I was live for. That's all I'm gonna say. I love you. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thanks, thanks everyone. Again, I am trying to plug a little bit because the month is about to reset. So yeah, if you want to hang out with us, we're live Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays. Currently, I am thinking about changing the schedule, but currently Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, 12:30 PM 12:30 PM New Zealand time, which is Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, 5:30 PM Pacific. We are trying to hit partner this year. I would love to hit partner before October, so I could go to PAX as a Twitch partner and be like, and let the clout completely go to my head, ignore everyone, be an asshole. Yeah, so thanks for hanging out. If you want to come back tomorrow, I'd love to see you. If I don't see you for the rest of the week, have a lovely week and weekend. Don't forget to wait, I need to find someone to read. Can you tell I'm tired? Can you tell I'm not? Can you tell I'm not fun? Yep. And that's what I'm always saying, you know? That's what I'm always saying. Can we write trash? Can we write trash? I love trash. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna send y'all over to trash. Jasteria is streaming Paralives. We could write them. I'm gonna send y'all over to trash. They're playing Clear Obscure Expedition 33. Love Trash to pieces. Please go hang out with them. They're super funny. They play a lot of variety. Okay. I also am never live late enough to raid them, so I'm super excited. So go hang out with Janae. Go give them a ton of love. This is our raid message. If you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to follow. Come back and see us. That's our raid message. Can we ban Ugu? Sure. Sounds lit. That's our raid message. We're going to Jasteria up in Trash's area. If you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to follow. Or you can join my Discord. Oh, hi, Ugu! You can join my Discord. It's where I update all my scheduling via events there, so it's all accurate. And it's where I ping you if it pings if I go live, so if that's helpful for you at all. And I try to reduce like pings on top of those, if that also helps. So come join us, or else you can follow me on socials. Go look at my funny, stupid clips. Yeah, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to drink your water and wear your sunscreen and be kind to yourself and others. And I will see you on the next one. If not, have a really good rest of your week. Goodbye.